94.
Hello, friends.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, friends.
Ahoy.
Indeed, ahoy.
All of you to assume we're friends.
Too
Oh, wow.
late. I'm already your friend.
I think very intimidating.
I'd say we're closer to enemies who have to work together.
We are playing Dungeons and or Dragons.
Why not both of them?
Why not both? Possibly both. We will have to see.
Can I be the dragon?
All
No,
right,
no, you
all right,
can
I'll be the
dungeon.
dungeon. Oh, come on. Rock, paper, scissors for it. Here we go.
all right, hold on. We can make like 5
Alright,
dungeon
we'll go.
rooms.
Rock, paper,
We have-
scissors. You have to go first.
We have
Oh,
a
okay,
game
I got rock.
system right here with
All right,
every
great, I
level
got
of
paper.
dice that you can use,
not
and you're gonna
very
roll
dungeon
rock,
of
paper,
you, mate.
scissors?
Character of you. All right, make sure I'm all.
Alright,
My
P
bad.
throw is 211.
Mm-hmm. We need... Yes.
Specific height was one thing I actually didn't put down. I'm gonna say that Piffle is 65 centimeters.
Ooh,
So,
good
like,
choice.
2'2".
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's like a 2-1, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, Chive
You
is
can
actually
no
quite
longer
big.
deny it. You're small.
Yeah,
I
about
never
2-1.
denied it.
Nice. Okay, from my
Sprig
point of
revels
view,
in it.
they're actually pretty tall. Or at least taller than me, so that counts for something.
Is it difficult to be taller than you?
Shall we go around the table and introduce our characters? Or ourselves, I guess? Or, I don't know, introduce something?
Sure.
Probably a good idea.
I'm shy, pokes fingers.
How about we go just in alphabetic order down the Discord list?
Good to me.
I'm gonna keep it real with you. I don't know the alphabet. Do I look like I know the alphabet? Come on.
Alright, if we're going down.
Discord auto sorts us into alphabetical order.
With your technical mumbo jumbo. Okay.
Wait,
Alright.
Wait, I'm at the top of that. Oh, geez. Hi. Okay.
Hi, Jade.
Hi. Hello, friends. I am Jade the Kobold. I do wholesome, story-driven games over on YouTube. You can find me at kobold.fun. Just put that in your browser and it'll bring you straight to my YouTube channel because I make good choices with money. And today I'm playing Chive, who is a detective, but not like, the kind of detective that goes entirely off of gut instincts and feelings. We'll introduce the characters later, I suppose. You'll meet them. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, go on.
Hello, folks. I am Kashik. I will be DMing today for these wonderful group of kobolds, who or may not in character be playing kobolds themselves. You'll have to find out.
Is that a threat?
I mean,
It could be.
Mess
I
around
mean-
and find out. I get it.
You
No,
will
I
find
get it.
out.
mess around and find out. I believe I will pass the baton on to Briggs.
Myself, I am Kobold Sprig, or Sprig the Kobold, maybe, if you will. I do a lot of like broad variety content on Twitch. D&D and games and all sorts of stuff. Always looking for a good cozy time and new friends to hang out with. And Diablo, why don't you go next?
Perfect. Hi, I'm Mini Diablo. Mostly go by Mini or Diablo, both work. I mainly play shooters on Twitch, and I'm very bad at them, but play nonetheless. So if you want to watch a kobold struggle and suffer, that's the one. Yep. Who's next? Rook. Go
Uh,
ahead.
Oof. Hi, I'm Rook. I'm 19. I never learned how to fucking read. I don't-
Oh, Fallon.
that was dumb. I'm sorry.
Based.
Half flying colors.
I am also a streamer, but I'm not streaming currently. I usually do Dark Souls and roguelikes and stuff and cry because I'm bad at games.
Hey, roguelike, like Cult of the Lamb.
Yeah, I haven't tried Cult of the Lamb yet, though.
Me either. I've heard good things.
I was having super fun with it on Thursday.
My current obsession has been Wizard of Legend.
Mm.
I have yet to beat it. Anyway, yeah, next person, I guess. I'll put the spaghetti back in my pockets.
Virgil, I believe you're next.
Urge, buddy. That's you.
I think Virgil's still
You got
AFK.
shy.
They went AFK to get a drink, remember?
Oh,
Shut
no.
all right, we'll pass the baton on. Willie, take over.
Greetings and hello to you, fellow adventurers. I am Willie Zinn, and I have joined these wonderful compatriots of mine in a game I have not played since I think I was the 2000s. Yes, I haven't played since 2.0. I've played Pathfinder, I've played everything else, but I have not played D&D since 2.0.
Hmm.
So,
Future's now, old man.
shut up. Call me old, I will come over there and beat you with my cane, boy.
Back
Back in my day.
You don't break it.
I am a game streamer, video editor, jack of all trades sort of thing. I'm also stream currently Rogue Legacy 2 and Deep Rock Galactic. So
Hmm.
Let's see, is Virgil back? Yes, I'm Virgil B. Kobold. Okay, I was doing that way too. So I am a variety streamer. I do a number of games. I have a weekly karaoke stream on Wednesdays.
he's got a great set of pipes.
What does this
Thank
plumbing got
you.
to do with anything?
But I mean, I am known for my never mind. And
Take your time. You're doing great.
completely derailed my thought just because of that stupid joke.
I'm
That
sorry.
I stopped myself from making. No, it was my own like joke that I wanted to make, and then I was like, okay. Yeah. So I do karaoke. I currently one of the two games I'm going through is Yakuza 0, and then classic and also a classic PS1 JRPG called The Legend of Dragoon. So and I also do some kind of nice like community games that try to do that. I'll try to do that sometimes, like especially like after karaoke or something like that. I've been trying to fit those in more often, just for like to leave those open to anyone, like whether to any of my viewers or whatever. So yeah, I try to do, and even last night I actually, because it was one of my unlocked goals, was from a Dotathon a couple weeks ago, was I ended up doing my one Kobold show of Macbeth last night. So
How'd that go?
Was it cursed?
please tell me it's cursed. No, I don't think I meant. I don't think I hope I didn't cause the immortal bard to spend too much in his grave or whatever. So I tried to give it the old what I could do. So I hope people like that. If people want to give that, it's on my VODs. So
I think everyone should go
Okay.
take a look at that.
yeah. Find the cringiest, find some moment of like cringe I accidentally did or whatever, and then clip it for posterity.
He.
Clipping like me trying to play Red Dead and failing epically.
Oh no.
Which Red
Oh,
Dead?
no.
Revolver or Redemption?
I was playing Redemption 2 and I was in Saint Denis trying to track someone down, and I ended up having a mayhem in the middle of town, and that's all we're going to talk about then.
Oops. Wah wah wah.
Yeah. But how's everyone's day been so far? Everyone
Delightful.
good and ready to go?
Yes.
Hey, it's been a good day.
It's been a long work week. I want some fun.
Well, I'm sorry to tell you this, but you're probably going to find it.
Dun dun dun.
I had fun
no.
once.
Are you threatening me with a good time?
I might be, bitch.
Oh.
Fight.
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 Alright, now
Fight.
save it for the in-game trash talk / rolling, folks. Not just yet. But first off,
$50 on the younger one.
I got my money on the short one.
all right. Which one? All right, very quickly. I guess who's the shortest and who's the youngest here?
IRL or character?
Kobold. No,
That
like
doesn't
how
help.
how tall is Willy? How tall would Rook be? Like the actual character itself.
If you mean Remel, he's 94 centimeters.
Wait,
Oh wait,
No.
do you mean Willy the Kobold?
Willy the Kobold.
Yes.
Like we are
Right, we got
Kobolds.
so many characters here, man. It can't
We
be
got
straight.
kobolds.
We got characters
Oh,
upon
wait.
characters.
I got
Oh,
like one character. I'm actually
he's,
a kobold.
He's actually 4'2", so somewhere in the
Oh,
realm
big.
of 100.
Oh.
Well,
Huge.
Big Kobold.
His father was a lizardman, so
That'll do that, yeah.
Big Kobold.
I'm like 2'9", man.
Oh,
I'm
6'9".
101 centimeters.
Come
Yeah.
on.
so listen to
Oh.
your big brother Willy. He's here to watch out for you.
All right, so we're all
Yay.
betting on Rook,
Mm-hmm.
the youngest and the shortest.
Nice.
I will make flowers grow aggressively at you.
Yo, that's pretty intimidating.
I'll make you call me Oni-chan.
Wait, whoa.
Okay.
That is-
Oni-chan?
I'm gonna cry. This is
My
a
ears.
threat. I will cry.
Oni-chan, tasukete kudasai.
So I think we're getting DM'd by the wonderful Kashak today.
Really intro. Blah, blah, blah. Music starting.
Who goes there?
Folks, welcome one and all. If this is your first time tuning in to the wonderful world of Luminon, welcome. If you'd like to know more about Luminon, that can be a story for another time. However, today, we will be focusing on 6 individuals. 6 people who have come to the continent of Wayfalls, a now free-spirited pirate island, based loosely off maybe the island of Tortuga, but not exactly. Now, in the land of Wayfalls, there are several different ports that a person can come to this land, or if you are lucky enough to be born in the Feywild, or maybe unlucky to be born in the Shadowfell, you could find yourself here through many different portals that lay throughout the lands. Now, today we focus on a returning character, Pithro, the fathomless warlock who's now gotten back from a rather dire mission with a couple of different people, including the one and only Zachary and Solana Trixie. But those 4 adventurers that he traveled with will be come back another day. For today, Pithro, as you have returned from your voyage for the salvage operation after fighting the menacings of Hagen, you have been paid, and you find yourself just wandering through the street when a familiar face, Verteg, the half-orc butler, comes to get you again. Now, as a reminder of how Verteg looks, you are looking at a very muscular built half-orc, 6'7", currently balding to thinning hair, his orange eyes hidden behind a monocle on his left. And his attire could be anything but regal. It is the best a butler could be. Think 18th century butler attire. And as he's come to do them, hands behind his back, he approaches and says, young Master Pithro, how have you been doing since your operation?
Been doing pretty great. I finished off those rotten apples I found.
You anatomy in your dietary check surprised me so much that you're able to eat rotten apples.
Well, I've eaten a lot worse. It's not a whole lot of choice at the bottom of a pond.
I mean, I'd rather be in a pond than eating. Anyways, Piso, the Master Albrecht would like to hire your services again. There seems to be more afoot that we realized since the last mission. Do you care to come back to his manor?
Couldn't
Now that
hurt.
you have... What? Please follow me. However, along the way, we have several other stops that we must do. Now, we don't know what your previous companions were, but we have heard of a new person that might be able to help this investigation. Have you heard of the one known as Chive?
I don't think so. I don't pay enough attention to the news around here. I just sleep when I'm not doing anything.
Well, it's imperative that we find him. Someone has gone missing.
Well, that's not good.
Yes. Please follow me. Now, very quickly, Pietro, could you please describe your character and how they look?
Oh, how they look? Alright. So, Pietro is a small, dark gray kobold who, because of their pact with their patron, were physically deformed to, I guess, survive better in the water. One of the major things from that being that they have no bones, so they're a lot more squishy. And they also have, like, crab-like legs to walk better on the sand in the bottom. Let me pull up my picture because I actually have a bad memory. And I just drew the thing. So he wears a lot of orange. And his hat sort of has a set of eyes on it. I'm kind of bad at describing things, I'm sorry.
You're doing just fine.
But yeah, that's physical description.
All right. As you follow Vertag, you can think, Chive, in this port where it is run by a pirate lord, many different taverns, dark alleyways, very clandestine, but also somewhat jovial, being that with a sea just nearby. Where do you think Chive would currently reside?
In a bar is the short answer. Probably closer to the port, because that tends to be where you get news of people coming in and out of the lands. You said it was a port city, right?
So, I would assume you'd probably be deep down and probably can drink at the moment.
Honestly, that's a safe bet.
So, Chive, as you are finishing up your most recent cup, now depending on how much you've had before this current time, it's up to you. But let's say you're just getting drunk, not exactly there, maybe just. You hear a commotion coming from behind you as bursting through the door of these saloon doors, just for very quickly. A half-orc, it seems to be a half-orc gentleman. Similar description, bald, muscular build, orange irises with a monocle on, butler attire. Comes into the thing, and behind him you see a little kobold with very lanky arms. With yellow clothing, with seems to be a hat that has an eye on top of it. Very peculiar. Maybe you recognize this individual. Would Pietro and Chive have had a working relationship in the past, or known each other in passing?
If they did know each other, it'd probably be in passing.
At most, yeah.
So, you being the master, you're very quick to come into this new land. Very quick in the draw and trying to learn most of the notable figures in the land, or at least in the port. You do recognize this as Pietro.
Okay.
Pietro has a reputation to take odd jobs, but also he has a dream. A dream that is to make sure that the waters rise above the land.
Waters rise?
If waters rise. Pietro, in your own words, what would your dream be?
Finish, flood everything the rest of the way. Finish the silence.
Team Aqua, got it.
Yeah,
Very Team Aqua.
I mean, Team Aqua, but a little more. Nothing survives.
Mm-hmm.
Not even the fish. Oh boy.
Okay,
Hey,
okay.
this half-orc walks up to you like, are you the one they call Chive?
I am, but this is definitely the wrong place for you.
Well, it is the right place for me now, as I've need of your services, Sir Chive. My master, my lord, would like to speak with you on a peculiar matter that I wish not, as he looks around, not to discuss here.
Yeah. Watch your wallet. Okay. Job pays well, judging by how you look, so let's go. I'm in.
You would be rewarded very, very handsomely. Pietro here can attest to that.
Yeah,
I glance over at Pithro. What's Pithro's emotional state right now? How is Pithro feeling about like this being in a seedy, dark bar? And how is the orc feeling about that too?
I don't think Pithro really shows much outwardly. He's just kind of spacey. If that makes sense.
It does, but let me just tell you. You know what? Should I describe my characters so people know things?
Yep, go ahead, Chive.
That would be a good idea.
So, Chive is a Psi warrior. They're a fighter who has psionic abilities. It is a gift, not something that they have trained, which is why it keys off of charisma rather than intelligence. So, and it's not something they have full control over. They have an uncontrolled empathy. So, you not showing outwardly your emotions isn't actually going to affect how well Chive is able to read them. And I have the rolls to back that up.
Wait. So it's not going to affect how well he can.
He's reading the emotion that's inside your head rather than what you're presenting.
Okay. I'm a little slow. I'm sorry.
No, you good. Or is that you mean the character is?
No, I mean like I am.
Oh, no worries. Yes, Chive is an empath in the sense that he can feel other people's emotions. He can't control this power very well, though. As in, you can't turn it off.
All right.
And Chive, assuming the drink helps us, I would assume the drink helps block some emotions as...
That's why he drinks. That's the goal.
Just
Alright.
kind of like stop feeling so loudly, kind of.
Exactly.
You can't feel emotions if you can't feel at all.
That's kind of Chive in a nutshell, actually. They're not a happy person.
Well, I will say then, currently, your empath abilities are currently silenced.
Sounds good.
However, when you sober up, maybe in a couple hours, it may change. You might find it difficult not to reach out unintentionally. All right.
Okay.
Now.
All right. Watch your wallet in here, okay?
I do
have
not.
a wallet. I just keep everything in my hat.
And I do not carry any Lord's coin on me, so we should be all fine.
Well, this should be interesting, at least.
No, come along. We have others to meet, but they are already at the manor.
Yeah. All right.
For a second, Pithro is gonna like as they start walking, he's gonna like take his hat off and like flip it up where like mouth of the hat's up. And he's gonna like reach in, and he's just gonna say some weird something in deep speech, and he's gonna pull out like a frog because this is a hat of vermin. And he's gonna offer it to try. He's like, "Are you hungry?"
Nah, not right now. Thanks, though. I guess.
All right, more for me. And he's just gonna like swallow the frog whole.
Fair enough.
And no, you eating enough frogs. I'm not going to have you roll a con save. Frog not exactly the best, but no, you're used to it.
Oh god.
Just
He's
built different at
French.
this point. Just built different. So, now, moving over to the manor. Now, Chive and Pietro, you have not made it to the manor. The Manor Albrecht, as it is formerly known. For people who have been here in the past, Pietro, as you can tell, the previous person you worked for is very modest. Now, at Manor Albrecht, there is one individual who is currently in a foyer. The foyer is not as grand as a noble or person of the stature you would think. It is very dusty in here, cracked in the walls, and the chandelier is hanging slightly to the left, almost as if maybe a couple screws are not or nails are not actually in it at all. There is a rusted armor, what seems to be fitted for a dwarf, to the right in the foyer, and there are three doors that go one to the north, west, and east accordingly in this 20 by 10-foot hallway. Now, there is a sign on the left door, the west door, as it were, saying, please, in here. What seems to be in, like, very sloppily written reddish paint. You know, you're not quite sure if it's blood, but, you know, if this is a novel, maybe they wouldn't be using blood. Piffle, how does this dark and dreary atmosphere seem to you? Are you taken aback by it, or what are you currently doing? How are you feeling about this manor as you walk in?
That was to Pithro?
Piffle, Thrick.
Piffle.
Oh, Piffle walks in. Honestly, joyous. It's like we have come into a room that clearly needs help in some way. I didn't realize I was here.
Well, I'm currently just kind of putting people in random spots because one shot. And
So
yeah.
if Piffle is in this grand entryway, that's not so grand. It is definitely in the midst of being cleaned right now. And there is a slender kobold who is in the middle of the room, basically dancing with the strangest broomstick you've ever seen. It's stuck in an old, like, dusty leather boot on one end, and there's a big bucket on the other end. And nails and little strings with bells and bottle caps and corks and broken glass and bent coins on it. So it rattles and clatters and jingles whenever it moves. And on every surface, seemingly, there are almost luminously pink butterflies just everywhere. Dozens perched on her head and shoulders and on the banisters and on the armor. But all at the same time, just like all over the room, bit by bit, patches of dust are disappearing and the chandelier is righting itself, and she's using the prestidigitation mage hand and her unseen servant to clean the room, basically. While she dances and musically performs at the same time.
Awesome.
Now, are you going to be doing I would say go ahead and give. Are you just going to spend like a certain amount of time to make sure this is like all clean and whatnot?
Pretty much.
Okay. So currently you haven't heard anyone else in the manor other than the door was just slightly ajar when you walked in. I will say probably about 2 hours later is when Verthag and his crew. Verthag, you have seen in passing. He actually found you individually, and he thought that you would be a great addition to his master's ply. Verthag, as mentioned before in the description, very tall, muscular built, orange eyes, monocle on the left, butler attire. He goes, Piffle, I see you have. Well, I must say, this is actually a much better job than our last last help that we had here. Have you just been cleaning this entire time, Piffle? He kind of looks confused.
And
I
just dead-eyed stare for a few seconds, and then resumes dancing.
I see. Well, Piffle, could you please join us in the lounging room to the left? And in behind him, you see Chive and Pithro. Was the description given earlier? You two see Piffle just dead staring at him and just dancing around. What? Now, by this time, you've started to sober up a little bit, Chive. So you get a little bit of a mental energy coming from Piffle, and I would assume it'd probably be overwhelmingly joyous. Frick.
It's like a white noise of like just general tone happy, and then little firecracker pops of joy with every little thing completed.
Awesome.
That is adorable.
I think
We got
honestly,
a regular Disney princess with us here.
yeah. I think honestly, Chive would have difficulty believing that someone could be that truly happy.
Well, then this must be something out of your dreams, or long forgotten ago. But as Verteg walks past it, like, you three? We have 3 more guests coming soon. Could I please have you all wait in the lounging room? And he opens up the door that has a sign, "Please in here." I shall
Alright.
attend the door and wait for a esteemed guest coming through.
Yeah. All right. Let's go.
He's just
And is the other room in a similar condition to this one?
Not so much jury. In here, you coming through. This is about a 30 by 20-foot room. There are what seems to be about a dozen or so lounging chairs spread around a circle with a rectangular table in the middle, probably about 5 foot in diameter on each side. Or each side would be not 5 foot diameter, probably be a 10-foot diameter, 5 feet on each radius on each side. And there are windows that are opening up. It is currently early afternoon, so the sun is actually coming in bright, giving this room plenty of light. On the most western wall, there is a fireplace made out of what seems to be plaster and brick. Currently with a embered like log, iron gate around it. On the walls, several different trophies from what seems to be different hunting trips into the jungle. For people who've been here and into the jungle, you'll recognize similar beasts to that of apes. There's also, it seems to be buggish insect-like creatures. If people would like to give me a nature check on what these insect-like heads would be, you can do so to try and recognize the animal.
all right. You said which one? Nature.
Nature.
Oh, watch me roll. Oh, watch me roll awful.
Try
I don't know
it.
I don't know why that came up as advantage. It should be the opposite of that.
Well, it normally just rolls normal. So if you are rolling at disadvantage, you take the lower number. But roll 20 by normal will roll 2 numbers normally, and if it's just disadvantage and advantage. So
Yeah, I changed that. Yeah.
So you have disadvantage, you said, Jade?
Oh no, I have neutral. I just clicked the
Oh,
button
okay.
and it rolled 2 dice, and I don't know why.
Okay, so if it rolls 2 dice and it's
just a
normal,
thing on the Roll20 sheet.
Okay, that's just how roll 20 does. Got it. Okay, so
Yeah,
take the
you
first
all-
one then.
yeah, just take the first one. So you would recognize it. Pithro and Pithel, you guys would not recognize this creature, but Chive, you recognize this to be an Nkeg. Nkeg are they're larger than the average insect, that's for sure. Just slightly higher than humans, the average human, standing about roughly 6 to 6.5 feet. But they're a giant insect that usually live and burrow in the ground,
Okay.
originating from the Underdark, but the Underdark is not necessarily much of a thing anymore in this world. They have now crawling more closer to the surface, and they hunt prey They feel through different tremors in the ground. Now, in this room, there are 5 different Ankh-eggs, and Ankh-eggs are known to be deadly creatures to hunt. Whoever has hunted it must be an expert huntsman, or if it's a noble, maybe has hired people to hunt for it.
Okay.
On the
So-
wall, there's a tattered, also self-portrait of a banner of what seems to be his family crest. Now, Petro, you know what the crest is. It is a falcon diving through the wave, but here it is only slightly of a beak through the left side of a wave. The completely right side has been torn, as almost ripped off. Each of the chairs here are premium leather, lizard scale leather. And that is the description of the room.
All right. Wait, so who is everybody here then?
No, currently Pitbull, Pithro, and yourself.
What is
And the orc.
What is the floor made? Is it like a tile floor or something?
It is oak and wood.
Okay. I had this dumb idea that if it was like tile or something, Peter would like struggle to walk on it.
Oh, that makes sense. Well, they can definitely afford better than us, so something's up.
They can afford a lot better than us. I live in a trash can.
I ain't far off. And this one seems to live wherever they want to. Hello there. Do you speak? Huh. Okay. It's nice to meet you. Okay, whatever. Alright, anyways. We need to...
And she like sticks the bucket end of the stick out in your direction.
I shake it as if you were offering me a hand.
And she like shakes the whole stick along with a jingle, 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 jingle.
It's when Petro is like off in the corner clapping along with like the jingle noises.
Oh, wet slapping noises just from a corner. I don't like it.
Oh god.
We can make it
Alright,
louder if you
so-
like.
Pithro, was it?
Yes.
What do you make of this? Is this your get-together, or were you pulled in the same as me?
Well, I've worked for them like before, but I haven't been here. This is new.
Alright, well, what do you make of this? You've worked for them. What I see is that they are big game hunters, posh family, orc blood, but that doesn't count for too much these days. And still no information on what we're here for.
Well, the last time I worked for them, they had us go like hunt down this boat, and I had no idea where it was apparently because we went out for the boat, and it was way closer than they said it was, and it was also full of these like very sharp fish monsters, who I didn't like. They didn't taste very good. But overall, it was a nice experience.
Okay. Well, I'll take your word for it. So, as long as the pay's good, then they bought mine.
Oh, yeah, it pays great. I got paid yesterday, so I haven't spent it yet. So he just like kind of shakes his bag. There's like a really loud rattling noise.
Just very quick, have you not spent it between sessions?
No, I have not.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to save up and get the dragon touch focused.
Got it for another one shot. Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
So
there
rocking level 6 gear.
there will be future one shot this to join with P3 game. So, no, that is a smart choice. But
I'll just relax on however relax on whatever's convenient to relax on.
well, there's 12 different chairs, various levels of durability. Some are probably lesser or more satin than others.
Okay.
But about 20 minutes later, the door opens up to Bergheg, welcoming a new person in. This person is actually very much smaller than the rest of you. However, I think actually, Virgil, would you be flying, floating? How would you be entering the room as a half-orc butler opens the door for you?
Be walking.
Okay. So this
Oh, actually, sorry, flying.
flying. Alright. And as you fly into the room, could you please describe your character? Mr. Nightmare, Dwayne the Rock Johnson. Alright.
Oh my gosh, there's too many memes going on at once
It's
in my
beautiful.
brain.
It's so beautiful.
Kenner Burris, when he flies in or whatever, and he doesn't do it quick or whatever, just kind of like sort of at a casual speed. Or as you would imagine for a fairy, I guess you should say. But this 2 feet tall, or 60 centimeters. He has light brown skin, black hair, green eyes. He kind of, he's wearing like fairly like sort of, a lot simpler clothes than you would expect for a fairy. He doesn't wear any armor or anything like that. He only seems to have like a short sword on him, but other than just kind of like a pack with various equipment or whatever. But his clothing would be, I guess, fairly kind of somewhat, at least fairly good looking, just by kind of more conventional non-fae standards. It's kind of like dark, sort of like a dark blue, with bits of like gold buttons and so forth, or gold looking kind of buttons and so forth. And he just kind of looks at everyone, kind of looks at Piffle like kind of a little bit longer or whatever, and then just kind of like shakes his head a little bit and says good grief, kind of a little bit muttered, fairly audible. Goes over to like some piece of gets over to the wall, and kind of using sort of a piece of furniture or whatever, he kind of lines up against the wall, but uses like some piece of like a shelf or table as a floor, basically. So he's kind of like got his arms crossed and his back up, leaning against the wall. And then he just looks at Canterbury's, and then that's it.
Rick had closed the door, and you can hear slightly behind him, Canterbury's, very charming fairy, I see, and closes the door behind you.
Piffle reaches out with the bucket and gives a stick.
Towards Canterbury's, or
Yup. Rattle, 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 rattle.
he sort of looks at the stick, and he's wearing kind of like just sort of a basic cap, and he just sort of like tilts it a little bit as far as kind of as kind of a basic greeting, and then just kind of that's really about it.
Well,
Stomps the boot on the floor.
this is a lot of people for a missing person request.
shortly after Canterbury's enters the room, the door opens again. This time, not a very outlandish creature there is. Actually, one of the more common people you would find throughout the world. Not now, definitely taller than Canterbury's, maybe shorter than some of you. A halfling walks into the room. Willie, could you please describe the character?
All right. All right. Well, before you, walking into the room as he dusts off his side cloak, is about a 4-foot tall male halfling with sandy brown short hair. It kind of looks like it was cut with a knife. His complexion is tan, and the most obvious striking feature is the eye patch over his right eye. On his left, he's carrying a rapier. On his right, he looks to be carrying some sort of armament. His eyes gaze around the room very quickly, falling on every detail and every person, before turning to the group and giving a smile. Ah! Well then, I seem to have found the right place. Pleasure to meet you, folks.
Pleasure.
His gaze falls upon the orc butler. Oh, dang it, what's his name again?
Vertag.
It's Vertag. Vertheg. I just realized I never actually spelled it out for people.
Vertag.
Ah, Verteg.
Verteg.
Yes, I was able to follow your directions most precisely, as you can tell.
I see that. Now, Master Reynolds, these here are the previous people we described that would be joining the call to this investigation. Please get acquainted with them. Maybe you know something of mine. Not quite sure on your background. There is one more person I must search for. Seems he is arriving late. Maybe I'll close the door behind you.
Well, there's a lot of curious faces. And wait a minute, Chive, is that you? I think I recognize that silly little kobold anywhere.
Chive is a rabbit folk, but yes.
Oh, it's a rabbit. Sorry. Jeez. Name species. Sorry.
No worries, no worries.
Yes.
Hello, Remmel.
Oh, right.
What brought you into this mess?
Well, kind of money, kind of work, kind of... You know, I can't resist a good opportunity to find out whatever I can.
Indeed. Well, if you're here, then this is definitely going to get messy. So, they said it was a missing person. You don't get half a dozen people for a missing person case, so they're already lying to us, which is a bad start. Right now, we're just kind of waiting here, trying to find out what's going on. What do you got for us?
Of course, of course. Remmel looks at all the characters. He bemusably looks at the fairy in the room. But then his eyes fall upon... dang it. Names, sorry. Trying to go with this. Okay, falls upon Piffle, that's it, yes. And is startled by all the butterflies just floating around in the area.
She's also poking him in the shoulder with the bucket at the same time.
Yes, I can see you have a bucket. That is quite interesting. And he slowly pushes the bucket broom down with one hand.
Rattles the stick and holds it back up.
He confusedly pats the top of the bucket like he's petting a cat and gives an awkward smile.
She nods and she puts it back down.
Nice to meet you. I'm Remmel. And what would your name be, little one? Saying that to Piffle. Nice to meet you. And looking over at the fairy is just like, I'm afraid I have not had the pleasure of meeting a fae before.
Yes, you have.
Canterbury's looks at him and says, I get that a lot. Name's Canterbury's.
You Canterbury's. It's like he holds out his hand, but then realizes that might be too much, so he holds out 2 fingers.
he should.
Go ahead.
He let's see. Would canterburs be large enough to actually grab to actually hold all of Remmel's hand?
I would say so. I mean, you're not a tiny creature. You are actually regarded as a small sized creature
Okay.
in terms of 5e. So you're just
Oh, yeah,
you're basically just a little bit smaller than an actual kobold.
Okay, then never mind. I guess he holds out his whole hand then.
Canterburs return. Sorry, hold on 1 second. Sorry.
Oh, it's all right.
So Remmel is an investigator, was that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So, Remmel, you're an investigator. You're a clever lad. And you've never met a Fae before?
Well, technically, I'd say yes, if you consider it non-hostile. In a sense, I mean, being run out of the fairy circle is kind of a different experience than actually being greeted in a parlor, wouldn't you say?
Yes, I would. Then, tell me out of your deductive reasoning. How
well,
is
the
it
fact
that...
that they've summoned, as of course in this group right so far, 5 people, the fact that the house is seeing less than better days, and the fact that it's all for, as you personally said yourself, a missing persons report, there is something much larger going on here. Considering that there was ostentatious wealth involved in this family, I can somewhat bet something is going on, like you said, but, well...
Chive smiles as if he's just won something. That's a pretty good deduction, considering you've never actually realized that I'm Fae.
Mike dropped just very quickly.
Hairfolk are Fae.
Remmel ponders this, considers it, and nods his head, saying, I guess I should have been more specific with my terminology. I meant I've never met a fairy before. That's very specific, yes. That is on my fault, that is on my part. My words were quite inadequate.
Now, for your information, Remmel, you have been here in Wavefolds or possibly in your background in different continents, but any animal-like creature you've met here in Luminon are actually part Faish in some form of nature.
Okay, sorry, I just meant fairy itself. Like, I've never had close contact with one like Canterburst before.
Or do you mean a pixie?
Pixie, yeah, that's it.
There it is.
Terms will come to me.
Terms are very important. But around this time, well, not around this time, going away from the scene. Now, heading to the main gate is a very frustrated, but still trying to present himself the most regal way he can, Vertag. And he's going to the main gate and past it, but there he spots someone who is very late to the meeting. Diablo, could you please describe your character as a really very frustrated half-orc butler? Walks up to the thing, kind of gives a gruff and bows to you.
Well, it's about time somebody shows up. In front of the orc stands a very thin, almost desiccated-looking kobold. Very dark scales with glowing red eyes and a cape dramatically billowing in the wind, of course, because you gotta have one of those. But surprisingly only stands 2 feet tall. Don't worry about the minor details.
Aren't they a minor detail?
Yeah, I have been called a minor detail before, but let's not worry about it. I was wondering if you were gonna show up at all.
What?
Did I misunderstand what you meant?
The event is, we required your services, and we were hoping to expect you to make a rather reasonable, timely manner to present yourself to the manor. Here I am, seeing that you are not only at least a half a bell late, but standing outside. Did you expect a carpet walking up to the manor?
That is my bad. I'm used to all the different habits. Lead the way.
Please. So that does. And he will open the gate, I'll let you walk through, and then he will quickly pass you to go open up the manor door and lead you into the foyer to the lounging room. Everyone else sees now during the thing, Ventus walks into the room.
Well, hello there, everyone. I take off my cloak to reveal a very nice suit that I am wearing as I just kind of drape my cape over my arm and just kind of stand in a corner. Not even moving anymore, just standing there, unblinking. Just... Well, hello there. Nice bucket.
He extends the bucket into your face.
I grab a coin from my pocket and toss a gold coin in. Yes, move along now.
It's upside down on the end of a stick.
Perfect. It will fall off, but that's minor details. Perfect.
Looks down at it, looks back up at you.
I nod. Interesting crowd.
How many more we got coming?
She'll just put the boot down on the floor, and a couple of butterflies fly down and pick up the coin.
How many more we got coming?
She sits down on one of the chairs for a little bit and just like... She is fussing very hard with this gold coin and bends it over so that she can put it on the stick and tie it onto one of the strings.
I believe Vertag stands up. Did someone ask how many more people?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is a lot of you, at least for the mission. Now that you are all here, let me give me just a moment, and I will fetch the master. And he walks up the door, leaving the door open this time. Roughly returning 3 minutes later, Vertag approaches, enters the door, and holds it open in rather important tone as a very disheveled man walks in. Now, Pithro, you have met this man before, Lord Audric. But for folks who have not met this man before, coming into the room stands what you would assume to be the lord of the house, just based on his upper attire. Autumnish brown hair, green eyes, human in nature. It seems that he has been very, maybe not eating well. He is very bony in his face, like his cheeks are sullen. Walk in, and he appears to actually be a little bit whitish. Maybe he's sick or something? Not quite sure. The vest that he is wearing is purplish in nature with red buttons lining up the vest. And he's having a light blue cloak slightly draped down to just above his mid back. It is torn. It could be longer, but you can clearly tell it is ragged. And now, as I said, he would appear normal in his upper half. However, in the lower, he is wearing a simple tannish trousers, and he is currently wearing one sandal. As he walks in, very disheveled hair, and he seems like he just got out of bed. He kind of goes, Pithro, my boy, it's good to see you again. How was your did you spend any of the money that you made?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, dude? Everything got loud IRL for a second.
Okay.
I meant that last part, like what he said.
Did you spend the money that you received the other day, that you earned?
I was on my way to, but then I got brought here.
I figured you would probably spent it on one night, but that's okay. I apologize that I require your services very recently compared to how you just came back to port yesterday.
That's okay. And I'll have more to spend later.
That is true. This looks to be a very more promising job. Again, a higher payout than last time, than yesterday. As he looks around, as he, thank you, friends, one and all, and he bows to you, Ventus. Ventus, it is a pleasure to meet your acquaintance officially.
A pleasure to make your acquaintances as well. It's
Now,
a pleasure to be here.
Now, Ventus, this man is clearly not as well dressed as you. However, he seems to be the lord and noble of the house. You have heard of Lord Aubrek in passing, and through Vertec, who has come to gather your services.
As I say that, I do a very, I'd say almost mechanical, like bow, like very practiced, like it's just very clinically done, just a very nice bow, you know, just yeah.
All right. For everyone else, and it is wonderful to meet the esteemed investigators. Sir Chive and Sir Reno, thank you for coming to assist me in my plight, my need.
I raise my mug and mug to him cordially. As a note to people watching, we do have some side chatter going on in the actual Roll20 page. So yeah, I raise my coffee mug to him casually.
Side chatter in the Roll20. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah,
I got Discord.
we're just chatting.
Am I missing something in Discord?
Nah, nothing important.
Okay, I was gonna say, are there more grilled cheeses that people are tormenting me with?
Wait, grilled
For-
cheese?
For folks who are actually playing, if you look at the actual voice channel, text channel, there you can torch me in there if you'd like to mid-session. Please feel free to
It was
explore.
a pretty good meme, to be fair.
Remind me never to show you my collection of 5-year aged cheddar.
Don't. Anyways, going back to the game. So Chai, if you require any refillments, I do have any. We do have most of the local brews as well as some imported ale and wine. Just please let me know.
Yeah, this will suit me fine. So, what are we actually here for?
Well, first I have not formally met these other two. I believe your names are Cantaveras, is that correct? And he looks over towards you. I've heard of your metal for someone of your size.
Cantaveras, Nanzina says, I'd like some cream, please.
Most certainly. He claps his hands. Vertek, please fetch some cream and refreshments. And Vertek will bow and will walk out of the room. And then he looks down to the young Piffle. Piffle, as you've seen this disheveled man who seems to be in dire need, then what would you like to do?
She extends the bucket up towards him.
Naturally.
Is this like a lizard thing? And you'll kind of grab the end of it.
Just go with it.
We're handshaking. Nice to meet you, Miss Piffle. Do you say words? Speak. Looks very confused. Like, we'll have someone else do the talking for you. I see. Well, while we wait for the please, everyone, please take a seat. As we and he will take a seat nearest to the fire, or the fireplace, and he will clap his hands, and the log will catch a burning and warming the room up, even though it is midday. as the fire alights, it is not orangey in nature, but it is greenish fire. And then several streams of embers start to fly out of it and forming different animals, bats, reptiles, and monkeys, just kind of walking through the air above you all. Please don't pay no mind to the magic. It helps calm me. Right now?
I offer him a drink.
You okay?
Yeah. Water went down the wrong way.
Okay.
Can I see if can I closely observe the master of the house to see if there's anything? Obviously, he looks a bit disheveled and a bit out of sorts and a bit odd. That's anyone can tell. But can I look closely with my observation and my observant feet and see if there's just anything more about him that he might be hiding underneath?
If you're doing passive, what is your passive investigation with your observant feat? Or would you be doing investigating or more perception?
Perception, but
Okay, what's passive perception?
Passive would be 18, but if we add the observant feat on top of it, it's a +5, so it's a 23.
23. All right,
I'd like to do a perception check as well, if that's all right.
go for it. Anyone who would like to do an investigation check or a perception check on the master of the house, go for it.
I think
Insight-
Pietro is just like completely trusting of this guy.
He did pay you a lot.
Yes.
So Chive and Remo, you guys do pick up some stuff. Canaveras, other than just seeming like he just got out of bed here in the afternoon, maybe he's more like a night owl sort of person. But you don't really find anything too different from that. For Chive and Remo, you notice that his other than looking gaunt, like bony cheeks, maybe, and definitely you can tell after further investigation, he is sickly. This is a sickly man who seems like he just recovered something. Now, in your investigation and doing background search on the person who's wanted to hire you, Chive, you've done just investigation on most people here in the port. Lord Aubric was an outcast from social circle, from the nobility of the port. Only until recently that he went out boasting on a drunken tavern crawl last night that he just got his deeds to his manor back recently, as it was quote unquote foreclosed in this world. More so, the deeds were stolen and lost after a shipwreck. Pietro, from what you've gathered, went on a mission yesterday to retrieve said deeds. And this is the first night he has been able to spend in his manor in a very long time. Staying in more manging inns and whatnot, he has not had the proper care and need for his own physical needs and mental well-being. So he is very stressed. He is very, very, very dehydrated. Say mostly drinking ale. And there's just a slight tick to him as like every few seconds, kind of like his head twitches a little bit to the right, ever so slightly. Chive, has your drinking repressed your empath abilities, or would you still be a little bit sober up now to receive?
I'd probably be as sober as I'm likely to be.
We'll say it will just be enough where if you focus on the Lord, you could get his emotional state too. That's up to you.
Yeah. I mean, that honestly, it's up to you. It's not something that I have control over exactly. So,
Not control over. Okay.
Unless I'm using specifically my empath ability, which is I can use once every short rest, I believe.
Gotcha. Okay.
Then other than that, it's when you decide that that I get the sense of somebody else. That's on you.
Then
That's the thing you can use as you wish.
Okay. The amount of stress that he has is definitely overwhelming. That you would feel it.
Fair enough.
Stress, sadness, and there's a hint of malice in his mood.
Oh, fun.
However,
Okay.
as you all look over him, he definitely seems to be a human in nature, and he's been opening his mouth to yawn and whatnot. you don't see anything out of the ordinary when it comes to his actual cheeks or something like that. Unlike a certain vibe someone else might be giving off.
Despite the fact he's very obviously a vampire, right?
Yeah, no.
Not the
If he-
vampire. I hate those.
If the Lord here is a vampire, he is very well hiding it. The fact that he's sitting right in direct sunlight.
Easy way to tell. We just need to find out if they have any masks around.
I was just gonna say, ask him to sing.
You look around. Maybe if you took maybe the fluff, the stuffing out of the heads on the wall, maybe those could be worn as a mask. But eventually, Vertide does come in, gathering both 2 cups for 1 mug of ale, or wine, depending on the preferred choice of the individual, as well as some cream for Canterbury's. There's a glass of water for each of you, as well as berries and nuts as more snackage. Now,
Ooh. I just had
as
a
Vertide
terrible
bows
idea.
and walks out of the room,
I just had a
Lord
terrible...
Ulrich. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. I just had a terrible idea, and I don't know if I should go with it or not.
Always.
He's in... So he's super
Oh, no.
stressed. He's in a bad state. He's has it rough right now, right?
Yeah, he's definitely in a bad state right now.
So we probably shouldn't pressure him. But he might reveal something if we do.
Definitely could.
Was he this sickly than the last time I saw him?
You think last time he might have been wearing makeup to hide that?
As he is leaving the room, could I use my eyes to see if he has anything magical on him?
Are you talking about Vertex?
The what's his face? Oh no, where did my notes go?
Ulrich
Like
isn't
the butler leaving the room.
The ruler of the house.
Ulrich.
Okay, so he's not currently leaving. However, if you still wish to do,
Perfect, perfect.
if you
Yeah, I'll
still
just
wish,
inspect him real quick.
and only him.
Yeah, I mean, main focus. Yeah.
Okay. Main focus is you do get magical sense. Let me quickly send you a DM of what you sense for magic on it.
Yeah, like where it's coming from. Like I can't really tell what type of stuff it is, but
So
I can kind of sense where at least.
you said that he was a noble outcast, right?
Yep.
Do we would I know details about that? Was he going drinking in some of the lower bars that, like, you said he was out drinking? Or was he like someone who drinks in the posh area?
He was an outcast because he lost the deed to his land that was only
Right.
recovered until yesterday, and he had lost it for more than several months. So, no land, meaning you cannot enter any of the higher nobility state parties or anything like that in the port.
Which is incredibly important, obviously.
For a noble like him.
Mm-hmm. All right, Ulrich.
There you go, Sir Diablo.
All right, Ulrich. What's this about? You gathered a lot more people here, and you lied to all of us about why we're coming here. Time for you to come clean.
I did not. I didn't instruct Ted to lie to all of you. There's someone missing. Just not someone I care for, but all right. I suppose you all should know the truth. Until yesterday, I was a nobody, just like all of you. But thanks to the work of Peaceful here, I was able to reclaim my status. But I am on a form of probation or trial, if you would, in my inner circles. Now, I have been giving a quest to hire mercenaries or undertake myself because I am, as you can look on the wall, I am a master hunter, but I am not hunted in many months. So I'm deciding to pay you all lot to go find this missing person. The person being somewhat related to the Pirate Lord himself. Me. And he takes the tankard of mug of ale and just downs it. He doesn't even care if it's all going in his mouth. It just kind of just goes down there gulping and also spilling all over his vest.
Piethro is like holding his arms up over in the corner. He's like chug, 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 chug.
And he chugs it very swiftly.
So this is a hit, you're saying?
No, it's well, I don't know. I was just instructed to find the pirate lord's family member. You didn't even give me a relation. What is it? Just he said family.
So you have no last knowns, no information, no details.
Well, we can get into that, but you asked me why I got here, so I just give you the basics, the general of it, the gist of it.
I am trying to clarify. I do recognize these things, and I do recognize that, this. I am trying to fluster him by with my questioning, like by going back and forth in the
And
direction
you are
on that.
succeeding.
Dremel is just watching this, watching the whole grilling going on with a bit of a smirk. And with each time the Lord answers, should I ask you then each time the Lord answers whether or not I have to? I'd like to roll to see if I know he's lying or not, or holding something back.
Just for general sense, he is going to be telling the complete truth here.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Just for confirmation's sake.
All right.
If there is a slight hint, or if you guys want to double check, right now he's currently telling the truth. If you would like to, just go ahead and pop in like I would like to check against that. And if he is, I will have you do a roll for it.
So how much do you owe the pirate lord?
I don't. Well, to get back into the council of the Port Elizabeth Scale, and every member of the council needs to have performed a heroic deed or a deed of some nature that is in service to the pirate lord, as he has mentioned. And as I am now re-entering the council, my previous deeds mean nothing to him. So this is my trial to get back to the status I once was.
So the master hunter hires someone to hunt for him.
If
I
it
am
works,
not-
It works.
I am in no shape whatsoever to go out on the hunt currently. So I must reside to you lot.
I gesture towards Piffle's staff and say, "Well, have a drink. That'll put you right."
He just looks down to it, stares at it for me, contemplating. He just takes it and closes it again. Again, not caring if it spills onto him.
Have you had breakfast yet?
No.
That usually makes me feel better.
There's nothing more than a lizard's breakfast or a dwarf's breakfast. Meaning just getting drunk first thing when you wake up.
This pirate must be quite the interesting character if you expect to have this much trouble to have these
Now,
many people.
For folks who have been here for a little bit, Chive, Rimmel, and I would say, as well as Ventus, you would know this. The Pirate Lord is a esteemed title that is whoever is the ruler of the city is named the Pirate Lord. Now, any person can become the Pirate Lord. And just whether or not they wish to take the effort to, let's say, either outbid, meaning acquire more wealth, so the richest person, or what pirates do, kill each other.
So here's my question for you then.
And what's
For this heroic deed thing, does it count if he doesn't do it himself? Like, is that like a known thing that people have done before, or is this a new ground sort of thing?
now? You would know in the background. This is public knowledge for anyone who wants to become a member. A heroic deed, it can be anyone who does it themselves or uses their own funding to hire on services. Those services that they hire on are considered their own assets, meaning, therefore, if he has paid for it, it is their own. It is their own doing.
Okay. So if they use their
Or
own resources,
most
then it
people
counts.
just pay under the table. However, Lord Aubrek has no intention of doing it under the table.
Because even
Yeah.
though he does technically pay for something, he does have to know the right people to pay to get the job done.
We also don't want to screw around with the pirate IRS.
And yet he came to us.
Can I do can Kenneburst do a perception check? Just because since he's been of him being drinking since he's been up and then continuously, just he would be concerned about if the information that he is providing has been compromised by his blood alcohol level.
If you're asking how drunk he is hammered.
Okay.
Hangover right into hammer.
Ooh, rough.
Okay, in that case, Kenneburst says, considering what you've had for breakfast and continue and have been partaking of this, are you sure you don't want your butler to give out the precise details?
Oh, I certainly plan to. Verthag, please take over. And Verthag who's been sitting in the corner room, just kind of slightly shaking his head toward his master, stiffens up and like, oh yes, of course. Folks, if you will, please clear some table space in the middle, and he'll start kind of pushing everyone's plates aside after some people have eaten. And he will lay out a map of Wayfalls. So people currently here are, or Pithro is in Port Lizard scale. So if you have not zoomed out the map enough, please go ahead and zoom out the map because we will be going to a different location. So, also I just realized my own thing. I pressed a button and I went into angry face. I will not be angry face on my own stream. I don't know why I did that.
Yeah, we've made the DM angry. Oh no.
Oh, it didn't take long.
Time for rock call.
I have to. I will disable all my hotkeys. I'm not angry. So he goes into mention in detail that the last known whereabouts of the said family member, we don't have a description. Well, we do have a description, but I need all of you to please verify. Are you all willing to take on this job in the name of Lord Albrecht? We should clarify. If you're wanting to discuss pay, we can discuss pay before I give any information as well.
I do not personally see a problem with this. It's been far too long since I've been among such people so full of life. It brings me joy. I mean,
Doesn't really show.
I get that a lot.
Couldn't tell.
Now, the payment here has varying description. I mean, the payment is how expedient you can be, the condition of the target, alive or dead. We just need to retrieve the person with the power lord. Hopefully alive. Mind you, hopefully alive. So between condition and expediency, that will determine your pay. But if you're able to complete for the best outcome for payment, if you're able to retrieve the Pirate Lord's family member within 2 weeks and in alive conditions, your payment will be maxed out at a total of 20,000 gold pieces. Divided among all you equally, of course, unless some of you require or want lesser payment. That is up to you. You can all make the total sum 20,000 gold pieces. However you divide it among yourselves, you can discuss that.
I assume the Pirate Lord himself probably, well, you did say prefers his family member alive. I assume there's also a bit of, is there a stipulation on unmolested as well?
What are you planning to do?
Unmolested in the Old English usually meant, like, are they still, do they have all their fingers? Do they have all their arms?
Yeah,
Do they have
uninjured.
uninjured?
The member has been required to at least be alive. That is me, rescued. If it is not the condition of the person is just alive or dead. She has been missing for a couple weeks now, and God knows who else in the jungle could happen to, she said, person. So if they're missing fingers, missing an ear, that is not our concern. point is to return the person alive or dead, but dead would be lesser payment.
All right. You said they've been missing for 2 weeks now?
A few.
Yes.
Exact time being a total of 16 days.
Mm,
Did you say 60 or 16?
16, 1-6.
I got 2 questions.
And please ask any questions away. Oh, actually, before you ask questions, are these questions about payment or are these questions about the job itself?
Both.
I'm gonna say ask this out of character because my hearing didn't work too well. How much are we getting to split between the bunch of us?
20,000.
20K.
20,000.
Yep, double the amount that you got paid last time.
Ah, alrighty.
between 6 people, that's...
So you say that you prefer them alive.
That's more than
Is the pay
5
the same?
coins.
That's at least 5 coins a person.
Yeah.
Guaranteed 5 coins per person, yes.
Nice.
At least 3,333, rounding down until we third everything.
So, you said you prefer alive.
I can eat the extra
the pay
coin
the-
if it's weird.
Is the pay the same if it's not?
There will be a sum taken out to cover funeral costs if they are dead.
Fair. And do they want to be found?
How much are funerals, and can I pay for mine now so I don't have to later because I won't have a job when I'm dead?
Funeral in D&D world is probably around 1,500 gold, I'd imagine, for someone a decent class.
So the payment depends on the extraordinaire of the individual. If any person undertaking on the Lord object, their funeral costs will be covered by the Lord himself. A plot of burial on the Lord's land itself, or at sea, depending on the individual's choice.
I feel like you're targeting me with that one.
I have a few questions about the target of this.
Well,
What race are they? How old are they? And are they men or
well,
women?
any questions about the Pirate Lord's family member or any question on the quest itself, we are mainly discussing payment now. Before I answer any other questions, I need you all to give a signature. Now, Pietro, you signed a contract a couple of days ago for this. This is a binding contract here in Port Lidscale, and you can find it throughout Wayfolks. A binding contract for folks who have done jobs basically means you're signing your name, which gives access to some form of divination magic to scry on you. It's basically giving if they were to cast scry, it would make it easier for them to scry on you to determine the status. If a contract usually consists of if a person runs away or any form of manner abandons the quest, there can be a bounty sent on them, depending on the severity of the quest. If the quest cannot complete due to the item is lost, destroyed, or if the person is just straight up killed and or chooses not to return, if it's like a missing case person, then they are absolved by any treason. They can complete the quest as normal and get payment. However, if you run away, find the if you're trying to find a missing item, if you run away and sell the treasure and don't complete the quest, then there could be bounty hunters sent off to you.
So basically, do the job, and if you do fuck off on the job, sorry, if you screw off on the job, you're gonna face a lot of backlash.
If there's a time limit and you screw off, yes, there could be backlash.
Oh, yeah, he said a time limit of 2 weeks, correct?
No, the person had been missing for 2 weeks.
Oh, the person missing for 2 weeks.
Yeah, there was no. He did not clarify a time limit for the job.
All right.
I put my X.
Remel takes out his own pen and says, "Well, sounds like a normal case. I don't mind working with some new folks, but I'm pretty sure this will be in and done in no time. So yes, count me in." Remel then takes a pen and signs away his name right on the contract.
Pietro does the thing he did last time where he can't really write too well, so he just makes a check mark.
A check or an X would be pretty common for medieval period, right?
Yeah, that would be pretty common.
I grab my personal ink pen and write in very fencing handwriting my name as well. Ventus von Rathenstein. There we go. Satisfied now?
I see we're in the presence
Found.
of ostentatiousness.
You posh.
I stash it away in a nice little chest before putting it back in my backpack, by the way.
Nice.
All right, I just want to call something out. I'm reading. I just looked over on your stream, Jade. I love what you put for Ventus.
Oh no, I'm scared. Look, I'll be honest with you. Posh Pizza Cut, he has updated it. Okay.
Oh, you should have seen what he had a minute ago.
Oh no, I missed it.
The dismay of mine not having multiple monitors, only having one monitor. I wish I could have. If I want to stream up, I have to tab over.
I got like 3 monitors going right now.
Well, I mean, I don't have a bad setup. I have a monitor and I have a laptop to as a second screen to like view Twitch. But anyways, getting off topic. D&D.
Canterbury's looks, tilts his head with his eyes closed for a second, and says, 25,000, 1/4 now, 3/4 when the job's done.
That's fair.
Well, there's going to be an advance on the payment, of course.
I mean, an advance wouldn't really do us much good while we're still here.
Well, if you would have a day or two to get any required materials, of course, that we need for the journey.
Mhm.
It's same as last time, Pithro.
I didn't buy anything last time either.
I see. Well, I apologize for you not being able to give it, but you would have a day intermediate I'm sorry. I'm out of game. I'm sorry. I'm slipping over my own tongue. There's a interim period before you are to start your quest, Pithro. My voice is hurting from trying to do different managers. Anyways, now has everyone Canterbury, does that sound all right for you, Si?
Just quick, because Piffle didn't sign the thing yet.
Okay.
She honestly has been paying fairly little attention. She was kind of mesmerized by the fire animals. But everybody else is signing the thing, so she goes over. And at the end, she picks up the ink bottle, and on the last available line, she just pours a little blot and then touches her snoot to it.
Aww.
So there's just like a big rough black circle on her nose, and there's a nose print on the paper.
A snoop mark.
Remel pulls out a piece of paper that he has in his pack and offers it to wipe off the smudge off of Piffle's
One
face.
moment, this is very important. I grab a piece of paper as well. I'm like, you need to do it on this one too? I hold it up to Piffle.
And she just
perfect.
boop, boop, and boops both of them with her nose.
I'm gonna... I out of character, I missed the fact that there were fire animals.
Oh yeah, he was. Albrecht was casting visual effects magic for a nervous tick.
Okay, so I may have missed. So I think you mentioned that he was fine with an initial advance of a quarter of the initial payment.
Yes, he was alright with that.
And then as far as the counter offer haggle of 25,000 total as the reward.
To your second request, the 20,000 gold is coming straight from the Pirate Lord. He will not go any higher. This is a low. To put in terms, this is a loan that Lord Albrecht has put out. He has borrowed as he looks around. Please forgive the state of our mana. We are recovering our wealth from the banks currently.
Well,
I assure you, it's fine.
Doing a little mathematics, if we have the original thing of 20,000 split 6 ways, if they're doing a quarter then, split 6 ways, that would be rounding down around 800 gold as a advance.
Yes.
Alright.
Canterbury responds. Sounds good, grief. 22,000.
We shall pay you an extra 2,000 away from the loan.
So hold on. This bounty you said comes from the pirate lord, yes?
It is a deed that has been assigned to my master Audric, and we have taken a loan from the pirate lord's wealth itself. So technically, the money is ours straight from the pirate lord's pockets.
So you're not putting a dime of your own money into this, is that what I'm hearing?
Well, no, the loan that we had, once we acquire our wealth back from the bank, would be coming from our money, and we would be paying the pirate lord back himself. Either way, you shall be getting paid if you choose to take the job.
Also, a quick aside, out of character. We all agree that if anything happens to Piffle, no one survives, right? Like,
Yes.
we protect Piffle with our life. We agree on this,
Fully
right?
agreed. Fully agreed.
Okay, good.
Yes.
I'm fine with surviving.
Okay. So what was okay? What did he say on the? I didn't quite hear what his
He's agreed to pay. He's agreed to pay 22,000 basically.
Okay. Okay. Canterbury nods and then signs the paper.
Okay.
You notice that Canterbury, despite his career, still has a very I'd say he has a very flowery looking signature, whatever. Just because, which you imagine is because of being a fairy.
Mm-hmm.
He has that fancy writing. I tell you what.
Fancy.
Does everyone sign the piece of paper just to clarify?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yes, it should be.
Well, signed or booked it with the
A form of marking.
I do believe so, yes.
Great.
Piffle just has, like, more butterflies gathering on her nose that is still ink stained.
Excellent. Now, the family member to the pirate lord is, well, he gestures over to Chive and to you, Canvas, is a fellow fayish creature from the Feywild. The current pirate lord himself being a Corvum. For folks, a Corvum is a crow-like entity, not a Kenku. A distant relative to the Kenku, but more of a not cursed bird of a crow.
Feyburb. Got it.
Faybird.
Feyburb.
If you will.
Now, this is the description of the person, and I will post the likeness of the creature. The family member is not a Corvum himself, but a relative of the raptor species. Raptors being known for their physique similar to falcons and hawks. He's a master swordsman, but he was lost at sea, last known whereabouts. However, there has been tracked down that he has now made land, and we don't know who has abducted him or if he's gone on his own nature. But there were sightings of him near Fort Wayfall. Over here, and Vertex points over to across the river and past Merchant's Rest to a little fort. The raptor's name is well, as simple as it is Sabik.
Sir Beak.
That is his moniker, yes.
Nice.
Camber says, asks, when he initially went out to sea, where did he leave from?
He left from here, Port Elizabeth Scale.
Was there any reports of where he was initially had issues at sea?
It's not for certain because we have not seen any of the crew. He took a skeleton crew, only 3 to 4 people, and we have not seen any of those folk recently. There's been no sightings, reported at least.
Do you have the names of the skeleton crew?
I believe so. I would have to go find that. Give me one moment, and he will quickly walk over out of the room. Return about 2 minutes later.
Jade, you're murdering me. Hold up. Look at the group chat. Look at the stream.
I just saw it. Like, wait, hold on. How's he murdering you?
Wait, what's going on?
Oh
my god.
Yep. That's the one. Yep.
Let me go make a bunch of NPCs right now. Yes.
If I don't see that on D&D memes, I'm going to be sad.
Yep.
All
So
right.
tell me, you, the one with the butterflies, do you need that spot removed? I'll take that as a maybe. Just lift the bucket if it's a yes.
For the viewers on my on my stream.
Yes. I will use prestidigitation to just kind of boop the snoot, and it's just clean like that.
She doesn't lift the bucket, she swings it side to side.
Oh, I stop before booping in that case. I will take longer to decipher this language. I pace around the room, accidentally walking up the side of a wall as I pace. Just pacing up the wall now, by the way. Intriguing.
Basically, the butterflies on her nose are like cleaning off the ink.
That is honestly the cutest shit I've ever heard. Okay.
All of her magic is flavored either through her butterflies or her ugly stick.
Perfect. That's so good.
It really is.
I will now walk up to the ceiling and just kind of stand there thinking to myself.
You know, just out of nowhere, Ventus just scales the side of the wall. And now
Just
hanging
walks
above
up
Bolo.
casually, by the way. Not like climb it, I just walk up it casually, right?
To which then Remel just says, Ventus. Just trying to get a new perspective on the situation.
Well, of course. You need to think from new points of views to understand all issues, right?
So what's your thoughts on this whole missing persons case? It does seem a bit, I don't know, simple in regards to a pirate captain's family member?
Yep.
Verteg walk through the not pirate captain, pirate lord.
Right. Yes, I'm sorry. The correct title
He's
is
a captain,
very
too.
important towards these people. Pirate lord.
I am very intrigued, to be honest. A master swordsman does not simply get lost, now does it?
Well, I mean, there's the jungle. It's hot, sweaty, and confusing, and filled with bugs.
I got lost in the seat on the ride here, so I wouldn't put it past anyone.
So at worst, we got some issues to deal with. At best, we'll be lost in a forest, jungle, whatever. Maybe find a man and get our money.
Well,
he's nobility.
Sorry,
go ahead.
I'm sorry. I did not mean to talk over you, Sir Chive. Please continue.
He's rich, he's nobility, and he's lost. If he didn't mean to get lost, he'd have found his way back, either through some magical trinket, some gate spell, some sort of scroll in his backpack that he keeps for emergencies. My money's on them running away. We're gonna find them. They're not gonna want to come back.
It could also just be a case of, eccentricity again. Chive. I mean, let's face it, these are nobles we're talking about here.
Hmm.
Some just, well, they may not get lost physically, but they may get lost in their own business and just forget. So this could be just as simple as finding someone who forgot, oh yes, I was supposed to see my family member, the pirate lord, not too long ago. I completely spaced it.
Do we know who? Do any of us know perhaps like the reputation of Fort Wayfall?
I
So
wouldn't.
Fort Wayfall. Go and give me a history check for folks, because you know Port Lizard Scale mainly. Maybe you've traveled to Merchant's Rest, or maybe the down below Haggard's Corf, but Fort Wayfall
Ooh.
is not really a place trekked.
History.
Oh.
I got a
Sprig's
12.
roll was empty for a second there, and I got really confused.
My roll didn't appear at all. Or... Oh, there it is.
Yeah, that checks out for Chive. That's a 0.
No.
I think mine is just taking a second to load. I'm not sure.
No.
Piffo.
I got
No.
a 23.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
If
Okay.
you had advantage, yes.
Yes, I had 23.
I thought you always take the number on the left.
You want to take the number on the
you
left.
do. Ah,
Oh, you take the number on the...
Yep, if it's
Yeah.
normal, take the one on the left.
yeah.
Piffo.
Alright,
If it,
so
Perfect, perfect.
now, I would say Pitfall, Canterbury's Chive. You've heard of Fort Wayfall, but you have no idea what it is. You've seen maps of the land, so you have seen of it. Now, for everyone else, as I will bring you back to a different map, the world map, in fact.
ooh, fancy.
And for folks who are tuning in for the first time on Anyone Stream, here's the world of Luminon itself.
It's a circle.
Now,
Looks like a giant eye.
funny you mentioned that. Now, a brief description of the world. Luminon. Oh, actually, hold on. Let me actually find my brief description, because I have a command that I have from machine. Yes. Bam. Luminon. Once a realm filled with endless expanse of land, now a realm flooded due to the machinations of Ark Thrath. Mortals scrambled to find new land with the oncoming flood, leading to the Blood War. Now 3 centuries later after said events, all tensions start to simmer among the mortals. With help of Devilkin, the mortals have regained societies. With distrust towards Celestials, mortals have become more greedy, but the Eye of Luminon loomed over all on this plane. Now, for more context, Luminon, for the map side, is think of you're looking at Earth, but from the top-down perspective of the North Pole being the center of the world. So, with the different shading of the different continents of Etion, Alios, Tonmore, and Gwen, the white symbol is more Arctic and tundra. The more lighter white or tannish color is more like prairie and grass, while the more greenish nature is more like temperate climates. Now, if it is not like greenish yellow and is pure, just like tan, that's symbols more desert like nature, or maybe desolate, depending on the place. Now, the closest continent towards Wayfalls is the continent of Etion. Etion being the one of the Red Admiral's conquered land. Sorry, let me try to find. Did I put it over here? I did not. All right. It is the demigod Etion, the demigod of war, bloodshed, and malice. It mainly is home to goblinoid like races such as goblins, hobgoblins, bugbears, as well as orcish in nature. Many different demons also reside in this land. Not devils, not devilkin, demons. It is a land purely out of desperation for endless conquest and bloodshed. Or so what people most around the world. If you were to go to Etion, maybe it might be different in individual towns and villages. There is no overruling country, as there are several countries in the land of Etion. And one country attempted to conquer Wayfalls, and they did a pretty good job. Now, Fort Wayfall is a orcish fort that fell to disarray after a somewhat of a just less than a century ago. It is orcish built, just above the village of Dull, and the ruins. No one really knows what was down there, and it's not really an explored area. It's actually sectioned off by a knightly order from the land of Elios. It is guarded, at least until recently. The Elven Order abandoned Fort Waitfall until maybe just 5 years ago, and now it's simply a destination that could be explored, but no one really dares to, as to hopefully not invoke the Lord Etion's wrath.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that is the history for that.
Like, so it's basically
It was an orc outpost that now is no longer in use.
right. Yeah, no one wants to mess
Gotcha.
it because they just kind of like, oh no, we'll get Etion mad at us. Oh no. So you just kind of want to steer clear at it.
Considering it was his warlike children who built it, it's like, yeah, I don't want to mess with orc stuff.
Yeah, I think it's messy real quick, eh?
So
Yeah.
with
Which begs the question, why was this pirate lord, family member, why was a swordsman, why was he over there?
Are you saying that in character?
Willie, were you saying that in game or out of game?
Oh yeah, I was saying that in game.
Mm.
Sorry. Like, pretty much assume whenever I'm talking, like a second person almost, Remel talks to himself constantly. Sorry.
Mhm.
I will specify
Well,
that from now on when I'm talking
here's my read.
in and out. Sorry.
is for those of us who did not get high enough on the history check, were we be informed of this information at some point? At least as far as about the thing.
If someone
Your
would like to go on to explain it in their own words, they could. But Vertag will not go over the history of it himself.
So you're
as he,
telling me a swordmaster went to this abandoned place himself? You sure he's not looking for honor himself?
well, that's the problem. He was spotted around with Huggetfig. He was spotted around with a group of people, maybe about a dozen. Now, he didn't go there alone, but he also that is just what the local village of Dole sent word towards Loodscale as. Dole has a reputation among the poets being a neutral territory.
Mhm.
No pirate lord has laid claim over it, and it is open to all travelers. Now,
Either is that can I make a check to find out the reason for this neutrality, or
it's just generally they don't want to be over. They don't want to have any overruling body. They just want to kind of keep to themselves. So, and also just make money.
they prefer to play every angle? The Swiss angle. Okay. All right. Oh, sorry, that was out of character. Damn it.
Well,
But-
Swiss.
I believe it's a form of cheese.
well,
Yes, and you see, much like the cheese, it's very holy, and this spot, it's full of holes, specifically holes of power.
Oh no,
Yep.
I'm not fond of the holy ones. No, thank you.
I meant full of holes, and you know what? Never mind.
Oh,
All right, so
that's fine.
So this swordsman with a party goes to an abandoned fort for
mhm.
some reason, and now hasn't appeared in weeks. Maybe
Yes,
he
correct.
maybe he invited the Wrath of Aton himself.
Well, if this was going to be easy, they'd spend 50 silver on a scry to find out where he is, and then 100 gold on a couple of animal messengers to get to him.
Well,
They're offering us
that is
20.
the issue. That is the issue. Being the benefit of being pirate nobility, each member of his family cannot be tracked by magical means.
So both a positive and a negative at the same time.
Yeah, they are a very targeted bunch,
Understandable.
and that is why we have hunters and investigators such as yourselves.
And such as you, Master Hunter.
Well, I personally am not a master hunter. No, that is the Lord Albrecht himself.
Oh, sorry, okay.
I am just simply the family, but I've known him since he was just a wee knave, a young one.
Has
No,
Albrecht ever hunted?
my days of adventuring are far behind me.
Has Albrecht ever hunted that land?
So then,
He's not hunted towards Dole. No, he simply he's the further he's gone more north towards Havelfort. Havelfort is a very big destination for hunting, and also the local jungle, of course.
Then why is he afraid to go back?
Well, he's in no condition to hunt. We have had no money. Our
Even
finances
with
have been as basically in out of game. Their accounts have been frozen by the IRS until recently because they had no land.
I think we're calling it the PIRS right now.
Well,
Yeah, it's the pirate IRS. They do different.
Willie, please get inspiration for that.
well, he's got 6 bodyguards. If he wants
Oh,
to come with,
actually, very quickly,
should.
have I posted the inspiration rules for here? I have
No.
not. Let me go. Let me put that in very quickly for you guys. I do have inspiration rules that I use for Luminon. Let me go to Expeditions of the Cold. Characters, nope. I don't want characters. I want handouts. And handouts. Inspiration rules. Cool. Drag and dropped.
Do I just click the inspiration tab itself, or do I?
If you go to the journal section, there should be now a new inspiration rules.
Oh, okay.
Please ignore the recap, as there are no recap dives because it's not a campaign. But inspiration for Luminon is let you reroll a natural 1 or have the halfling trait just naturally, or to give advantage to a d20 roll.
And you said I get inspiration. Does that mean I just click on the thing itself, or?
Yeah, click on the thing. We do. If this was a campaign, we do stacking inspiration. That means you can have multiple. Inspiration can be given out to another person as a reaction in combat, or out of game. You can just simply choose to give inspiration. It's a shared resource if you would like to among your party.
Okay, so I can give it to people if they need it. Gotcha.
Yep. In combat, it has to be used as a reaction. However, using inspiration itself is not a reaction to use.
Okay. Giving it is a reaction, but using it is not.
Yes.
Gotcha.
I understood exactly none of that, but that's okay.
We'll get to that later on.
I'm just not going to worry about it.
Okay. But we have now finally starting to get our finances again. So to clarify, we have no idea why he has gone there. That is just the last sighting. He is hopefully still alive and well in the pirate lore. Misses his dear cousin very much so. So that is.
Well, then I guess we better prepare to storm an abandoned orc fortress. Lovely.
Abandoned is a very optimistic turn of phrase.
One of the people with us last
have the
time.
optimism.
I'm sorry.
No, it's alright.
One of the people we had with us last time could literally storm it, but they're not here today.
Which one are you referring to, Pithro?
The I don't remember their name. They were the cleric.
Ugh, clerics.
Oh, the cleric. Yes. Yes. I have him still archived. Jana.
Yeah, I did remember her name, but I just feel like Pithro would like not.
That's fair.
Yeah. Yep. Well,
She opened boxes for me. It was nice.
Lady Jana was not inclined to help this time around. They did just get back. We were actually surprised, Pithro, that you were willing to help out just a day after your return, but that matters not. That is the information that we currently have. Now, the time limit for this mission is about a week's travel to from here, Port Scale. And if people would like to go on the taskbar to use the ruler, you can feel free to use the ruler in any way you want. But a direct path, it is about 900, about just under 1,000 miles away from Port Scale.
We're still on the world map.
Oh, you're still in the world map. My bad.
Yep.
My bad. There you go.
All right, so from Port Lizard Scale to Fort Wayfall. A
Ooh,
week's travel.
fancy.
Yikes. I assume it'd probably be. Okay, I said this out loud. Well,
No.
if it's... Oh, sorry. Are you
Now,
still talking? Sorry.
yes, we will be providing mounts to help make it a week's travel. On foot, it would be much longer.
Oh, I assume. I assume the quickest path is heading over to Merchant's Rest and then following the mountainside all the way, crossing the river, or is there another quicker path?
Whatever path you wish to take. And yes, please forgive me, Piffle. And actually, as Piffle makes some popping noises, you can hear a rustle from the foyer, and the door just burst open. Sprig, would you like to describe your companion?
There is a giant chicken. It is just an enormous. I don't actually have a token for my chicken, unfortunately.
Oh, there you go.
Let me see if I can find something really quick.
You don't want
How
to just
giant
use
are we talking here? Are we talking the size of a large dog, the size of a wolf, the size of a horse?
At the game, it is
The
an
size of a
Axbeak.
horse.
Okay.
So they brought us lunch too.
No, this is not.
Rattle, 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 rattle.
I'm sorry, I don't speak that.
I have been pacing around thinking about this. I think that means you offended them.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's just like going to apologize in deep speech.
I don't think anyone here speaks English other than you.
I know, that's the point.
Ah, I
He
see.
leans over and gives a big hug to.
It seems that they're friends. Intriguing.
Now,
We sure
we
it's a
have.
good thing to bring this thing along with us.
Yes, well, that is Piffle's mount, their own person. Now, for mounts, I mean, we do have access to other Axbeats, such as Pop over here, or we can just give you simple mules or horses, up to you individually.
I'm gonna like on the hugging thing. That imagine Pietro like hugs back, but his arms kind of like accidentally knot themselves up. So he's just kind of stuck there for a second.
Noodle arms.
Yes, that's what happens when you have no bones in your arms.
Yes.
How long?
I'm sorry. You go first.
How long would it take us to, if we chartered a boat from Lizard Scale to Ardentooth?
Well, depending on the boat itself, if you're referring to like a skiff or maybe a sailing ship, from Haggett's Cove, or you want to go to Ardentooth?
Ardentooth makes sense.
Yep, Ardentooth. My bad. Well, let's mark that out. Bop, bop. Now, a sailing ship can go anywhere, depending on the conditions, if it goes with the wind or not. It can go anywhere from 120, depending if it's a bad storm, anywhere to a 500 per day. On average, of course, depending on the ship itself. However, let me just go to a sailing ship. I have simple ships, and if we do choose to go by ocean, there is potential combat in the ocean. Never know.
Mm-hmm.
Ship and seas. That's not what I want. I want sample ships. Sailing ship. The average sailing ship can go 5 miles per hour or 120 miles per day.
Yep. Which is not bad.
How fast is horses?
Through the jungle?
Wait, so you said it was potentially on average it was five.
It's 120 to 500 depending on the boat itself. If it's like magically enhanced or not.
No,
Yeah.
in like just in terms of how many days to get from Lizard Scale to Ardentooth by boat, considering averages. I can't do math, okay?
Okay.
Right,
Let me
you
map out.
said the slowest it goes is 120 miles per hour.
It's 100. I did see the average. The average per sailing ship is 120 miles per day. If it is
120 miles
magically,
per day.
yep, and it is about 220, 2,200 miles by quickest sea route.
Yeah, even and plus any ship would have to. Is like, well, that would be nice if there was a fast ship like 500, and then it could be 4 days. I doubt there's any ship here. Sorry, speaking out loud. If we could find a ship that fast, but again, only the most highly sought after ships move anywhere near that sort of speed. It almost would be better to take the offer of the land route at this point.
Well, we do have the Lord Albrecht has access to a keelboat, if that matters. Keelboats are slightly slower than sailing ships, but we do have a crew that can use it.
How fast is the keel?
Average is 72 miles per day.
Yeah,
However, that is the average. This keelboat seems to be faster. They've done many jobs for Lord Albrecht, and they have a slightly above thing where they're able to, on average, to travel 220 miles per day. So from here to Port Ardentooth would be 10 days of travel by sea.
I mean, it back in 2 weeks, he said.
Oh, that is the preferred time.
And okay,
When
by
eventually, when you more details, I should think. Eventually, when you do make it back to Dole, there will be a later party, more of a magical party that will be sent after you, that can help expedite the return.
Okay, that was actually going to be my question. Is there a Merkin Recall style spell here?
Yes, we have gathered a priest who is in debt to Lord Albrecht to assist on your travel backwards.
Where are we to meet the returning crew?
The cleric is currently on the way here. A couple days travel, so he'll be sent out after you leave.
I assume he'll meet us in the city of Dole.
He'll meet you eventually in Dole. He'll be arriving after you.
All right, so
Estimated about a 3-day difference.
All right, so the question is, do we want to take the land route, or do we want to?
Would it cost a lot more to go by boat?
If you were to take the Soul of Winter, the keelboat in our service, it would cost nothing. Well, it will cost you nothing.
So I have an idea.
Isn't that the boat we took last time?
It is the boat you took last time. You do recognize the Soul of Winter.
I have a question.
And what is that question?
Is the inland sea is there an active trade route between the inland sea and Merchant's Rest or Port Liddesdale?
All right, so the inland sea being like, let me switch over like this.
Yes. So if there's an active freshwater trade route, we could take that right to here, about assuming that this includes a river behind them that is just masked by the mountains.
This river actually, he goes on to the plain, comes down from the mountains.
Oh, okay. Then similar idea. Then we could get here and then walk. Well, we could walk the river to get into Fort Wayfall, though.
You could go
Walking
through the
along
mountains.
riverbank.
That would be or around the mountains. We can get access to the inland sea. There is a couple docks, but not far and few between. However, you do risk the daughter of Luminon, Aya, if you do go by inland. It could be a potential. It could be more dangerous, but it could also be more expedient.
Well, so basically, if we head north and cut down through the lakeside and then walk through the mountains, we risk high danger. If we head on the seas, that could be, depending on the weather, a quicker route, but also it could be just as long. Or we take the offer of the horses and the, look, he looks over, chicken, and we make our way there on foot, going to Merchant's Rest, south, and then around the mountainside. Each one has their own pros and cons to it. The question is, how much risk are we willing to take in getting there expediently?
Out of character. Okay, so which was fat? Which just on paper? This is out of character.
On paper, the quickest route if the ship. Okay, he said for the ship. If I did the math right, so it's traveling wise, it's 2,100, and you said the average was 75 a day.
I mean,
Yes, but the Soul of Winter is magically enchanted, and it goes an average of 220 miles per day.
220 miles per day.
So it would be about 10 days to reach Port
10
Ardentuth.
days.
if we're being
Meanwhile,
honest, the
how fast
fastest
were the
way.
land animals again? Did you say?
Oh, hold on, Jade, you're trying to say something?
I was just gonna say that if we're being honest here, the fastest path is to hire somebody to gate us to Port Ardentuth.
If you guys have leftover money and want to pay for a teleportation circle,
How much would that cost?
I guess that could be another option.
Like, that buys us literally a week and a half. Like, that buys us literally a week, right?
Yeah.
At least.
Yes.
Which then-
How much is a teleport?
well, here in Port Limited Scale,
500 gold, I believe.
it is upscaled here as it's a commodity for pirates. Generally, magic travel is seen lesser, and there are fewer wizards that actually take pride in teleportation magic. It is, it's more so 750. It's a upmark of 25%. Or
750 per person.
I don't know. It's not bad. No, just as a one-time cast.
Time cast.
I was thinking wrong. The spell is actually only 50 gold.
Yes, but
How do we
It's
get
just because
back
you have
if
to
they teleport us
recast it
there?
to make one permanent.
yeah. So to cast, learning a casting spell is relatively cheap. However, pirates in their greed, they upcharge.
Yeah, because it's a rare commodity and not a lot of people use it. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
They're pirates.
might-
They like the sea.
We might wish to stop it in Dole since the reports of Sir Beak was shown came from Dole, and they might have useful information about the fort.
If you wish to go by magical travel, there is the there are circles at each of the individual ports. So we can transport you magically from here to Ardentuth as soon as tomorrow's afternoon.
That's what I figured, yeah. Makes sense.
And then from Port Ardentuth, go into the jungle, which is at half speed, which a person can you guys can normally on foot can go 60 miles per day. Well, actually, no, that's not accurate, is it?
It
Well,
is on a rough terrain if you're not following a road, right?
Well, if you do want to take the teleportation route, between the lot of us, it would be only 125 if the price is 750. He looks over towards Sprig, sorry, towards Piffle, and does a quick calculation. Says, actually, 5. Actually, it's 150. I'm not sure about all of us being able to pay our way.
Well, we're getting that advance.
You guys will be paid 800 upfront.
Oh,
Or wait, no, not 8. So 500 plus 200
700.
upfront. So
No, that's
700 upfront.
definitely 800. That's definitely 800.
700 upfront. 700 upfront.
Yeah, 220 divided by 6, and then
The 200
1/4.
so the 200 extra will just come completely out of their pocket, which would be upfront.
All right. Well, excellent suggestion there, Pithro. So, teleportation seems like the best option. Does anyone know where the dang it. Rimmel looks towards the butler. Oh shit, sorry. Dang.
Wait, what did I suggest?
Weren't you
That
the
was
one who
my-
suggested the teleportation?
that was me.
Or was that Ventius?
That was Chive.
Oh, Chive, jeez. All right. Sorry, you all sound alike. Anyway.
No worries. I didn't say it in voice.
Wow.
That's why.
Wow.
racist.
Yes, all these individual different races all sound alike to this halfling.
Honestly, given how most of us would be considered monster races and a halfling wouldn't, yeah, actually.
Oh,
If I were still as active as I was back then, you would have regretted that remark. But I'll let it slide.
it is a point of compliment. You all sound so together in a community of sorts.
Yeah, we're some of the good ones, huh?
Vertag will grunt. Oh, so by the way, during all this time, Aubrek has just been passed out. He took a Pitfall's drink and just went back to bed.
Jeez.
I prepare him a prairie oyster for when he wakes up.
All right.
Right.
Will you drink the healing elixir?
Wait, somebody else has healing elixir?
Piffle gave 2 out, and then Chive gave 1 to Albrecht, I think.
Mhm.
Oh wait, he drank a healing potion. I thought that was wine. That because you each got like wine or ale.
Hmm?
Oh, that is completely on my mistake.
Piffle made she like they stomp, rattle, spin, stomp.
Okay. Oh, then in
And
that
then a
case,
potion falls out of the bucket.
okay.
Mhm.
And in that case, he wouldn't be passed out. However, after his head is pounding, so he's paying attention, but only sort of slightly as he's hungover and also just had like an Irish breakfast. So he's awake. As a slight retcon. But he's been letting Verthead deal in negotiations.
Camber Burris asks, would it be possible if you could illustrate the appearance of Sir Beak for us?
He is a poster of his likeness, and I will. There you go,
There it is. Yeah.
Big Bird.
Okay. Can we have a? Can you?
Piffle claps her hands and then lifts one up, and there's a tiny illusion, like a tiny duplicate of him standing on her palm.
Oh, there we go. That's handy. Yeah?
That'll be useful.
All right then. So, I'm all for the teleportation option, seeing as how we're getting a very nice advance. That would also save us time in, well, any endeavor we need to take, and well, the quicker we get there, the quicker we can find out what the heck is going on. What do you think? What do you think? He looks towards Chive.
Look, I'm more comfortable in the city. If we're in the middle of the jungle, I'm not useful. You know that. I say we head over to Port Ardentooth by magic. That buys us an extra week to work with.
Shall I arrange for Casta for tomorrow?
Yeah.
I think
Try and
that
get us
might be the wisest.
Try and
Understood.
get us a discount, eh?
I will head out after the dealings here now. You all have the information that we have for details, and also he also puts the bag of coins ahead of payment. Should I keep this bag of coins as payment and give you 50 now, or not 50? I require 50. My apologies. I require 50 gold from each of you if I have to pay it for Casta tomorrow.
Yeah.
You said it was 750.
750, and he's giving the 700 out as an advancement.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, he's giving out. Okay, wait, he's giving out 700.
He's giving 700 like as an advancement as part of the deal that Canterbury's negotiated for.
Okay, so it is an advancement of just 800 total, not 800 per person.
No, ignore the 800.
Okay.
So the fourth of the 2,000 payment was 500.
Okay.
Canterbury said 220 or 2,200 basically, and that's coming from their own coffers. So an investment of total of 700 from the 2,200.
The advance is total, not per person.
Yeah, total.
Oh, okay. All right.
Oh.
The total thing 22,000.
Yeah, well, sure was.
Oh, I'm doing my math wrong. Hold on.
Yeah. So.
I'm sorry. So that would be 7,000 advancement. My bad.
Mm-hmm. That makes more sense.
It'd be 7,250.
Look, I'm end character of Lord Albrecht, and I have a hangover right now.
And that's
not really. Yeah, method acting.
All right, 7,250 minus
1,200 a person.
750 for the cost is 6,500 divided by 6 people is 1,083 and 1/3 repeating.
Oh.
Now that.
Do any of you have additional questions on this, or should I let you all away so you can prepare for the journey?
Yeah, I'm good to go.
Wait,
That's
okay.
that's enough for me.
Just to go over this again, we're looking for the swordsman, a relative of the pirate lord, and he's been missing for 16 days and was last seen at the Fort Wayfall, according to residents in a city I cannot read because there is a number in front of it.
Dole.
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 At Dole. Correct.
Correct.
All right. Head to the fort,
How do we
find the
know
person.
how do we know if there's going to be a teleportation circle that we can get back with?
That is the advancement team. They're going to be sending a priest/cleric after you to help with magical transportation back to from Ardentooth.
And all the ports have places with it.
And that priest is supposed to help us teleport back to
Port Lizard Scale, yes.
Port Lizard Scale.
Yes.
So he'll be our fast travel back. All right, cool. Yeah.
Fast travel in D&D.
How much is the advancement per person?
If I did the math correctly, it will be exactly 1,083 for each person individually after the lovely butler takes our fee that he'll need to use to pay for the teleportation.
Could you put that total in the
type
the
it,
chat or
please.
whatever?
All right. Well, if you
My
said
brain
that
is too
we were
stupid.
getting, you said 7,500 is the advance, and then minus 750 equals. Oh, jeez.
Now, during this time, I guess I'm going to ask you, Rook, individually, because you were looking for that. With that amount, would you have enough to get your Dragon Focus Sash that you were looking for? Or your Dragon Focus?
Okay, let me look back at how much you said it would cost. It probably won't be. I'm having a hard time finding you on Discord because I got so much stuff.
All right. But very quickly, if there's no other questions for Vertag, he will set out and he will escort you all out of Lord of the Manor. But there's only some more questions.
That amount coming up as wrong, though.
Okay,
You
so
said it was 175 gold from each of us, right?
No.
For the total payment on the teleport?
125.
125, okay. So 22,000 divided by 4 is 5,500 for the total 1/4 payment that we'd be getting. Divided 6 ways would give us 916.6. Minus 125 would give us 791.6.
Oh. Yeah, I forgot about that. Darn. I should write this down more.
okay, I'm getting lost with all the math getting thrown around.
Just throw money at us, we can move on. I say.
Yeah, what's the correct money? I'll take it. I'm happy.
97. You said 978, I believe.
It's what Sprig just said.
Yeah, I just
7.
put it
Oh.
in chat. 791 GP, 6 silver pieces, 6 copper pieces, and we have 1 copper piece left over.
Kashak.
Yes.
How much would it be to get the last step or the last version of the Dragon Touch Focus?
The last version, the legendary one?
Yeah, because you said the one underneath that was 2,400. I just want to see if I should save up or just go for it.
For legendary? Legendary would definitely be above 5,000.
All right, and we're getting paid a total of how much per person on this mission at the end?
With the advancement, the total amount was 22,000. So the remaining after which he's giving you 7,500. The remaining, I need to get my calculator on my phone.
3,666.6 per person.
Including the not including the advancement.
Yes.
Right?
That's including the advancement.
Okay.
Okay. So including the advancement, it's 3,000 what? I'm bad with numbers, y'all. I'm sorry.
3,000.
Three and a bunch of six.
Yep, I'll just write it down.
Yeah.
The
Well,
one
at
who
the end of the
can't speak
mission,
can do math. We're doomed.
I just pulled out a calculator.
I'm very confused with the advanced money and the pay for the teleport. How did you end up with only like what was it?
Okay, so there's 22,000, right? So
Yep,
we take
22.
22,000. That's divided 6 ways, giving us 3,666.6.
Yep.
And 1/4 of that is paid as advance payment, giving us 916.6.
Mm-hmm.
Minus the 125 for our teleportation fee, puts us at 791.
Yeah, that checks out. 791 is it.
There's no Dungeons or Dragons with this. This is just math and numbers.
This is just math and numbers.
nobody told me we were playing Pathfinder. I would have brought a different sheet.
Oh, snap. Shots fired.
You know what? I'll take the lizard's word on this. I got full faith in him.
Yeah,
You know what?
Yep.
I'll just add
No,
that.
the math checks out.
791 to
Perfect.
GP and whatnot.
Sprig is correct.
Right.
I mean, that's
So-
just the number that is correct.
At the end of the
After the job,
all right.
After the job, we'll get 2.8 kilo monies. Yep.
yeah, 2.75.
Yeah, that checks out.
Yes, all right, good. That'll be
I like it.
friendly.
That's separated. So we have the 791 now, and after the job, add another 2.875.
Perfect.
All right. Remmel stands up, dusting himself off. Well then, gentlemen and ladies, I think we need to then prepare ourselves for tomorrow. Wait, has the butler already left?
No, he was going to leave after people have
I was
questions.
like, are we to meet back here or elsewhere for this teleportation rite? Asking the butler. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Okay. He asks, are we to meet somewhere else or meet back here for this teleportation rite?
The teleportation will go to the local temple that the cleric belongs to. The temple.
And what time should we be at the temple tomorrow then?
No. The cleric will return you to Port Lisbon by a magical transportation only he knows back to his temple. The magical circle, I will gather you all to travel to said location. It is a non-disclosed location to outsiders.
So we should
Just
meet back.
meet back here at the front gate.
What time should we?
Afternoon, around the time you got here. So by the 14th bell.
By the 14th bell tomorrow. All right.
So when
Well
you
then-
say by the front door, do you mean inside of it or by it again? Because last time I was
By the
by
front
the front
gate.
door.
Cervantes by the front gate. Don't even come up to the manor. I will be awaiting at the front gate for you by the 14th bell.
Excellent. 14th bell tomorrow. Well then, we better start preparing to find this lost swordsman.
Hey.
Indeed.
Chive, my friend. You said you were looking to buy some sort of staff. You must tell me more about it. Like, Remmel stands up and motions his way towards the door.
Yeah, so, actually a funny story. Could you spot me for 200? You know I'm good for it, and if I die, you can have my share.
Piffle just gives 200 gold, no question.
Aww.
Alright. Now, so if that's the case, Verthag will leave and everyone will exit out of the manor, unless there's something anyone else wants to do last minute at the manor.
Where would be the poorest part of this town? You see, I'm quite lavish and looking to save on cash, shall we say.
Probably by the docks.
Thank you. Much obliged.
Anything else? Any other questions before Birdhead leaves?
Huh? No.
No, I'm pretty sure everything else my character will know just by being in the area.
Okay.
You already said we know the town, so
Yeah. So out of game, we have been as much fun as it's been introducing people and whatnot. We've been playing for 2.5 hours, so I would say let's take a quick 10-minute break before we continue with the second half of the one shot. That
okay.
Okey-doke.
Before Kashak, before you step away, wait, are you still here, Kashak?
Yeah, I'm still here.
So the advance is like what was it? 1083.
I believe that's the number that you guys
Typed
got.
in chat.
No,
The
it was
events we got,
791
yeah.
gold pieces, 6 silver
Mhm.
pieces, 6 copper pieces.
Yep,
Oh,
I
alright.
double checked all the Spriggs
I got
math.
to
It's good.
1083, and then I looked at it and went, "There's no way that that's right."
Yep.
All right, so that
Also-
would okay. The advance being the 791. That would put me at 2,848. So I would be able to get the rare. I would be able to get the Dragon Touch focus.
Okay. What I will say then is, people during this break, go ahead and take time to think what you would like, and then when I at least when I get back, we'll go through shopping for everyone, and then we will head out from there on the adventure. Sound good for Go?
Yep. Yeah,
Okay. All right. 10-minute break starting now, and I'll probably be back in like 8 minutes before the 10 minutes, but see you all soon.
I will
Alright,
say
yeah.
on like Piffle just handing over 200 money is adorable and perfectly in character. But I was kind of hoping for that character moment of trying to hit up an old friend for some cash that they definitely don't deserve and that they
It's so
definitely are
good, I
not
love
trustworthy
it.
enough to get. Like like
Yeah, the only
I'm
reaction
mixed.
Remel says to that is like, seems you already have another beneficiary.
Yeah, thanks.
Piffle has no value in money. Like,
Yeah, she
I
literally bent a coin around her
struggled.
staff earlier.
I literally struggled just to find ways to get rid of her starting money.
Despite being
And-
you being the only person in this party who is competent at math.
Oh, by the way, Sprig, by the way, for doing that math for everyone, go ahead and get inspiration for that.
Yes, that is well.
Okay.
I can just imagine. I can imagine Piffle going into a shop and just being like, throwing gold at the person at the counter and just grabbing things and be like, "Pah!"
All right, I'm now gonna go on the break very quick.
And,
So I can
and nobody
Like,
would
that's
stop her.
That's essentially how her, how she's gotten anything that she's bought is just like, this item has whatever value. And just like throws money at the counter and walks away with the thing.
And Pipple is adorable enough that no one would stop her.
Yeah,
They're
basically.
like, they underpaid by 200 gold, but last time they overpaid by 900, so I'll let it slip.
Right?
Yeah. All right, I'm taking the break. See you in 10.
Yep, quick BRB.
So I get to do something cool. I'm getting I'm spending all this money on armor proofing, which is from the Armorer's Handbook. It says if you take 6 or less non-magical slashing damage before resistance is applied, you take none of it. So it basically gives you a damage threshold to use another game's terms. But the cool thing is that I also have protective field and as a psionic block, which reduces the amount of incoming damage. So if I can reduce incoming damage to 6 or lower, I can negate it entirely. And that's kind of hype.
Yep.
That's kind of cool. So
I can
that's
make
all.
a tentacle that smacks things.
See, I was actually very seriously looking at that when I was making Piffle. But then I looked back through my folder of inspiration pictures and I was like, oh my goodness, the butterfly Kobold. I
He's
need
so
to do
good.
it.
But you were also considering a Fathomless Warlock?
Yep. Because I don't normally play charisma casters. So, like, Warlock and Bard were the two I was looking at because I just haven't played them yet in 5th edition.
Mhm.
So I played Warlock once for a very short period of time in a Nightmare campaign.
Also, I wonder how many wrenches out that we've thrown in the DM's plan already. Bringing up the gate, it just had to have negated like 3 separate encounters minimum, right?
Yup, we said let's just skip the whole fucking jungle thing, sorry, language, and just go to the town nearby instead, shall we?
Mm-hmm.
I love it.
Although I do want to cite this. I am really interested, both in character and out of character, why Albrecht isn't helping us. Because I understand from like a GMing standpoint why you don't want to have a GM PC, you don't want to have, you know, the DM be a part of the party. So I understand like that from like a game design perspective, but they specifically pointed out that he's a skilled hunter. They explicitly talked about how important this is to him. And I
also
feel
seems
like,
a
you
bit
know, the
dead.
fact that he's hiding behind a bunch of hirelings, he could have hired us as bodyguards, right? Like, just going from like a lore perspective, he could have hired us as bodyguards and gone with and said, well, I don't trust anyone but myself, you know, to hunt as well as I can. So it's really interesting that they would go out of their way, that Kashyyyk would go out of his way to set Albrecht up as a skilled hunter, and refuse to follow us into any sort of conflict.
I think out of character, personally, the way that I see it is, he's like a dentist hunter.
Yeah, that makes
The way
sense
I
actually.
see it,
Like,
You just said-
travels out and spends all this money on getting the extravagant guides in the safari or in whatever zone. Hunts big game, they wound it, he finishes it off and he takes the trophy home.
Oh yeah, that makes perfect sense now. As soon as you
the
said
way
that, I'm like,
I
okay,
So
no, there it
it's
is.
Because now that's exactly what we're doing for him, is we're going out, we're retrieving his prize, delivering it, and then he gets to reap the rewards.
Mm-hmm.
also though, he did mention that until like yesterday, he literally didn't have his land anymore. So he probably has a lot of paperwork to deal with. He seems
That's
a bit
true.
overstressed at the moment already without going out hunting, so I think he's good.
Also true.
Oh, just because I haven't gotten, I'm not sure if I'm going to actually get to use it or not. Given that Piffle is not a frontliney kind of character, I already had the idea of how I'm gonna do Draconic Roar.
Ah.
It's essentially like on her turn is just and all the butterflies scatter in all directions.
Aww.
Does pack tactics work on spells?
I'm not playing that Kobold, but yes, it does.
I
Also-
know it is a sin, but I am also not playing that kobold.
Also, Willie, I really like
I
our
don't
characters'
think it's the
interactions.
same.
I'm sorry. What, Jade?
I really like our characters' interactions.
Oh, thank you. I am sorry. I have done so much LARPing, but I have not done any D&D in years. So sorry if
Ah.
I'm rusty.
No, you're fine.
I have spent. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was gonna say, like, you know, you're Pithro is sort of like, you know, the upright, proper investigator who's actually, you know, of like, who's actually, like, you know, good at their job. And Chive is basically the Disco Elysium guy.
Yeah, I was gonna make the comparison, but I didn't wanna.
Oh, that was the core design. That was the core
Nice.
concept of the character.
Hey, you
With-
guys want to see the inspiration for my character?
Yeah.
Sure. But I have a question though. Is dang it. Does Chive have oh yeah, you got the mutton chops, right? Yeah.
Yep,
Okay.
right there. I commissioned that specific. So when I commissioned my friend for the artwork for Chive, quite literally what I did is I sent them a picture of the main character from Disco Elysium and a basil stag hair from Redwall, and it's like basically just like combine these two things, you're done. It's perfect.
All right, where's Rook's
I'm working on it. My phone locked up, so I couldn't post it.
Yeah, my core character design was normal Kobold. Just normal guy, just doing Kobold things.
There you
Walking
go.
up walls, just normal Kobold shit, you know, just
I posted it in the one-shot setup.
remembers to blink every once in a while. Forgot to breathe though, kind of an oversight, but
This I bore witness to the end, and it was fucking tight. That was your inspiration.
Kind of.
nice.
Cool.
Question. If you are
Mhm.
you is so what kind of do you mind if I ask what kind of sorcerer Ventus is?
Good question.
You don't have to answer if you don't want to. I don't want to accidentally metagame or anything. I just like think it's interesting.
hmm, let me see the exact name of it real quick. Shadow magic sorcery.
Ooh, I haven't
I
seen
was
that.
thinking it was that one.
Okay, why? Give me one reason.
Well, for one, you
You
said you didn't
mentioned
blink, and that's
specifically,
like
yeah, you mentioned specifically the remembered to blink ones. That is actually I believe one of the things built right into the class because I used it for an NPC in my Tuesday game.
I fully expect you to make one "you're going to the Shadow Realm" joke.
I am the one
And with
casting
this
with
card,
cards, so
I'm
I could
sending
do
you
that.
directly to the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, I have the Cardomancer UA, so I could do that.
Nice.
You're going to the Shadow Realm, Jimbo. Oh, it's just down the street.
I had this idea. So he's a warlock, and of course he has Eldritch Blast. So I had this idea that he like throws the cards as part of Eldritch Blast.
Ooh, feel like Gambit.
Mhm.
That's Gambit, right? The X-Men who does that?
Yeah.
Yeah, he like does the thing where he like flicks the cards.
Okay, guys, can I get your opinion on something? What's your opinion on a sorcerer that doesn't have Firebolt?
It's
Reasonable.
valid.
Perfectly
Good.
valid.
Thank you.
What's your
I
opinion
made
on
a
a
That's
warlock
sorcerer
the
that
one
has?
I was looking for.
What's your
I made
opinion on a
warlock
sorcerer that
one
has no
without
combat
Eldritch
spells?
Blast.
Shame on you. Shame? For shame? Let's all shame him together, guys.
I don't know. Isn't that just kind of like isn't that kind of like just no mage not spamming ice lance everywhere?
Icelands?
Okay, sorry, that might be a bit. That might actually. That may have really dated me. Never mind.
Oh, is that World of Warcraft?
Yeah, really old. Like,
Oh, okay. Well, I've never played Mage. I've always played Hunter, so
okay.
I'm like, hold on, Iceland. That sounds like a Hearthstone card.
No, not Iceland. Iceland.
It was. It
Iceland.
was a
Yes.
Hearthstone card.
Never mind. I'm
You
gonna try
make the World of Warcraft reference and the whole chat with silence. I swear I heard crickets, but I think it might have just been his bones creaking, right? Like,
Shut up!
Hey, y'all, don't make him call a nurse in.
You know, Hearthstone's a really good card game. They should make an MMO based off of it.
Man, they should really make a movie based on the card game's lore. It'd be great.
Honestly, I would love an MMO based off of Hearthstone's lore, because that is not World of Warcraft. It is just not.
Yeah, it's fun.
Hearthstone lore is so good, especially compared with
A
WoW.
friend of mine got mad at me because I thought Medivh was somebody else because of Hearthstone.
Medivh!
I've never played regular World of Warcraft, but I've played a ton of Hearthstone, and Medivh is like one of my favorite characters because
Right?
of the One Night in Kazan or whatever it's called.
Yes,
Karazhan.
that was such good characterization. My goodness.
I thought Medivh was this cool party dude, and then he showed me like Medivh's actual lore, and I'm like, who is this?
Wait, this is boring. This is generic. This is a generic angsty wizard. Give me the party, Medivh.
He's the guy who animated an entire kitchen set just to kill me.
Right?
Hold on, can I ask? Who here actually played Hearthstone?
I played Hearthstone.
A little.
Wait,
not
Wait, hold
anymore.
on, Jay. Do you actively play?
I don't actively play myself, but I literally watch Savitz and Kibler every single day because I like watch. Those are my favorite streamers.
Okay. Well, if you do end up playing actively again, please let me know. I'm always looking for more people to play against.
I might re-download it.
Oh, I mean, it's what.
Honestly, that's kind of the thing that kept me from playing it more was you can play with your friends, but only against your friends.
Yeah. I would love more co-op games in general, right?
Mhm.
But what held me back from it was honestly, I boycotted Blizzard games for a hot minute.
I didn't play Hearthstone during that whole time.
Mm-hmm. Ever since
but
Blitzchung, I was boycotting it ever since the Blitzchung incident.
yep,
Ever
Yeah,
since the
that's
what
around when
incident?
I did too.
I continue to play Hearthstone, but only the single player modes, and I never actually bought any of the expansions during that time
Fair.
because I like, all right, well, I already bought these cards. I'm gonna play just single, but not against other people.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, I studied WoW because of the MMO and the game design aspect. Like there's a lot of good research to be done there, but I never played it. But I played the classic Warcraft games 1, 2, and 3 when they came out. I'm old. Look, deal with it.
I think that's.
Hmm?
I was saying that's fine because I'm the complete opposite. I played World of Warcraft, but never played any of the Warcraft games. However, I have read the Warcraft books. I will give myself a pat on the back for that.
I unfortunately have been out of World of Warcraft since Burning Crusade. So
Unfortunately, you say.
You missed all of Wrath of the
Please.
Lich King. Oh no.
oh, no, dude, it was more
played
so
Warcraft 2 and 3, but not when they came out.
You see, I played Warcraft 3 when that came out, and the Frozen Throne. I was there for the birth of Dota. Gosh, that was awesome.
High five.
But
Same.
but unfortunately, no, it was just did not.
I have
League of Legends came along, and that destroyed my 20s. So
I have tens of thousands of hours in Dota. If you
Wait.
combine 2 and a classic.
Hold on, I have to ask you, Willie. Your 20s? Oh no, I'm that young.
yeah.
Oh, my
I've
dude.
been playing. I played League since season 3, but I wasn't in my 20s playing it. Oh no, why am I this young?
Youths.
No, dude, I played League of Legends since it came out. Originally.
Yeah, I didn't have a laptop when it first came out, but I did play season 3, so I will say, I'm someone before season 6. I will say that at least.
I was a Tyrindamere main.
Oh, you no, you bad. I here I am, an old Warwick main before his rework, and I'm just crying that Tryndamere hasn't even been changed yet, and my poor boy Warwick had to be changed.
Yeah, then I moved to.
I was a Teemo main.
Oh no!
Why am I not surprised?
Speak, please.
You gave me the option to make traps and to
Fair, though.
poison. It's like, what are you expecting me to do?
Yeah.
No,
That's on them.
As
That's
a
fair.
Tyrindamere main, I hate Teemo. I'm pretty sure now it was probably facing off against you or some other Teemo main that got me to quit the game. All right.
Shall we return triumphantly?
Played Dota?
Well,
I haven't played Dota either.
Or not Dota, but League of Legends.
Probably.
Dota is better than League, and I will die on this hill, but we can talk about it.
If you remember the specific one. My old screen name was always Milky Sweet.
I have no idea. Literally.
I met you before you changed it on Discord. I do remember that. I what?
Anyways,
I believe you changed it maybe a month after I met you.
I only changed it after I made my Discord server for the stream.
Wait,
shall we
hold on.
return triumphantly to the game?
I just remembered. Is Virgil here? And Diablo?
I am. Hi.
I
am.
Oh, nice. Okay. Well, then we shall continue. And all right. Let me.
Wait, is Virgil back?
Yep, he said
Yes.
so.
Oh, the stream's still on the BRB, so I thought.
The burb.
No, the Verge.
Yeah, the burb. You said BRB. The burb. Verge on the burb.
Wait, what? I'm confused.
Don't worry.
Burp on the Verge?
Is it I don't know anymore. And never mind.
Keep making these jokes and I'll be on the verge of crying. Come on.
Yeah, well, if he gets a new coat of paint, I guess we could call him the newest version.
Oh no.
Do you need the hip replacement yet, or should we break it first?
Damn. Get his ass. How many times we gotta teach you this lesson, old man?
Alright. Oh, sound.
Found again.
Music.
Now we are back in town. So, Rook, you were buying the focus. Go ahead and add that to your character sheet.
Yeah, I did. Can I? Okay, so my whole deal is casting focuses as cards. So what? Could I do the Dragon Touch focuses cards?
Yeah, we can flavor it for this. Yeah.
Alright, because it's just literally any. It says any well-made object.
Yeah, you buy like a decently like a deck of cards that are like dragon themed that you've been able to imbue your own magic into, but we can do that.
Yeah.
Or something like it's something of nature. But yes, bottom line, yes, you can do that. Now going down the list, starting with you, Jay, do you have any additional equipment you would like to buy before we head out?
Yes.
And what would you like to buy?
First tier armor proofing.
All right, you're able to do so. Are
Yep.
you doing variant, or would you like to do the normal proofing?
What's the variant mean?
Variant, you can get a +1 to AC.
Sure. How much is that money?
It's still 1,000.
Sure. Why not?
Yep. It's non-magical, but it's non-magical +1, and for sake of matters, but you have adamantine, so I don't think that's really going to matter. Effectively, it's just a +1 armor for you.
Oh wait. Oh, that replaces it with the. Never mind. No. I want the actual properties of it. Sorry.
Oh, you want the actual properties? Okay.
Yes,
you can have the actual
yeah.
properties then.
The whole point is stacking that plus the adamant plus the psi shield is to get the properties on it.
Gotcha. Okay. So yeah, you can get the first tier armor proofing.
Sick.
Just very quick.
I gotta.
Just very quick. What armor are you wearing again?
Adamantine chain, I believe.
Okay.
Let me double check. Yep, adamantine chain.
Okay. Anything else, or is that it?
That plus whatever I spend on, drinking that night.
I will say you spend probably about 8 gold, something like that. Up to you. 8 to 10. Sprig, for Piffle. Does Piffle have anything she want to buy, or you just wanna skip over you?
Honestly, I feel like she'd probably look around. Just wander around town and see maybe if there's an orphanage or some similar institutions, I suppose.
Now there is a quote-unquote orphanage. However, here in Portland scale, the orphanage system is more so dedicated to training the younger generation by providing them food and shelter, but training them to be in service to the pirate lord's next guard system, basically. So if they find an orphan or something like that, it will be the orphan's choice to live on the streets, or they can basically join and train up to be a pirate guard, something of that nature.
So starve or be child soldier. Got it.
Well, not child soldier. They
training, in practice. Yeah.
Okay. They're not sent or stop the crime until they're of age. Let's be clear on that.
Okay. Good.
Instead, she's gonna look around for property in the poorer area.
Okay. However, on the other end, that's just the quote-unquote orphanage system. There are roving gangs of kids that try to help each other. There's also different individual adults that make what we would say actual quote-unquote shelters in orphanages, but they don't actually advertise it in form of not getting noticed by the guards.
Yeah.
Or a form they adopt and just say, yeah, they've been my kid all along. So you can easily find.
So she's looking around for real estate then in poorer neighborhoods.
Okay. You're able to find property such like that. Are you trying to donate to one, or would you like to try to find as many as possible?
Well, just whatever she can afford. She's looking for what she can she has enough money for.
Okay. there's what you can find in like the more poorer districts. You can find about three individual pseudo families, as they call them. And you can go ahead and choose to donate how much as you want. Depending on how much you donate, we'll give you some renown here in Portland Scale among the more common folk. And renown can play later if Piffle makes another appearance for a one shot, or if by some means Piffle enter the campaign.
Well, if she's looking for basically properties that are for sale.
Oh, for properties for sale? Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's why I mentioned real estate.
That's fair pricing points.
Okay. The property that you find immediately is a rundown theater. Made out of more like pine and jungle wood. The theater has a collapsed roof, and it is in need of repairs. But it is a theater, quote unquote.
That sounds like such a nice place. Holy fuck.
And how much is the price tag on that? Like, what are they listing it for?
If you ask around, I'm assuming you're probably gonna have someone to help translate for you.
She's basically just like going to whoever owns it and is trying to sell and gesticulating towards the house.
Who could say no?
Random NPC who owns this building, asking price, thinks how it is run down and he does not want to repair it, he will sell it to you for 500.
Yeah, she just like drops a sack of 500 gold in his hands.
He hands you over and he's like, I don't have to pay taxes anymore, and he runs off.
She takes the key.
Yep, and you now have an abandoned theater. As you go inside, you notice there is a large amount of rats in here. It seems your new property has a rat problem.
I can take care of that for you.
Okay. Well, basically, for the rest of the day, she will send... You know what? Because she can do this, like, over and over and over again, since it's a ritual spell. Basically, she is just, like, cleaning up outside using, as she has pretty much performed the same dance as she was doing earlier to clean up the main hall.
Okay.
She is just like sweeping the dirt aside all at once without a broom. And conjuring up more unseen servants that fix the roof and chase out all the rats.
I mean, in my opinion, you should have hired an adventurer to slay 6 rats.
Now that you
she's
own a
sending some of
building,
her-
that is the logical option.
Okay.
I hear
Well,
the
they-
Fighters Guild is looking for volunteers.
She's sending some of her butterflies in the form of a cloud of them in the form of an unseen servant.
Okay.
Go
Aww.
and find one of these gangs of kids that have taken in other young kids on the street.
Gutter snipes.
Okay.
Yep.
You can find a gang of kids. The gang kids consist of
One.
It consists of 6 children. Just one, a gang of one.
A gang of
I
one.
mean-
Damn, he's good. He's strong, ain't he?
It has 6 kids. Okay. Very quickly, there's a little kobold boy. There is more of a teenage human, female. And the rest are there are 4 goblin siblings.
Okay.
3 boys, 1 girl.
So she will keep tabs on them for now while she finishes cleaning up and fixing.
Okay.
And then just trots off into town to go and find them.
Has Piffle? Very quick question: has Piffle just become Mrs. Poppins?
Sort of.
Okay.
She has money and no use for it here.
Mhm.
So So she found a use for it.
I'm going to make a note for later.
Live on after the one shot as well, guaranteed now.
Unless.
But now Piffle has to sing a spoonful of sugar, but in Piffle voice or whatever.
I don't know the song, so I don't
Somebody
know.
clip that. Somebody clip that, please.
New sub sound?
Oh,
There you go.
actually, hold on, Sprig, do you have your new Kobold sounds command still?
I don't have one of those. I never
thought-
have. Oh, the Kobold tracking one. Yes, I do.
I think that'd be another
The
noise.
Exclamation Kobold Plus.
Yep.
Just have Piffle sounds to redeem. But be specific, so it's like happy Piffle sounds, angry Piffle sounds.
Yeah, so she's
Piffle
going
when
to find
confused
the
about money.
teenager that is. She's gonna go and find the teenager that's leading this group. And no hesitation or fear or trepidation about approaching, just like walk straight up to her.
All right. Walk straight up. She'll be very confused. However, I would
And extends the bucket.
takes the bucket.
Shake, 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 rattle, 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 rattle.
Very
And then
confused.
she hands her a key.
Takes the key.
And then turns around and walks away. She gets about halfway down the street and then turns around and looks to see if they're following.
They're following. Very confused. All
And
six of them.
She leads them straight to the house that she just bought.
Okay. You lead them inside and whatnot.
And she, knocks on the door with the bucket.
The kobold boy will attempt to step forward to try to understand you. Please give me a persuasion check, or give me a performance check for the kobold boy to understand. We'll say like DC 12 or something like that.
She cannot fail.
The kobold, the little boy, completely understands what you're saying and responds to interpret for you. And they go inside.
She is not speaking Draconic or any language. Piffle is just Piffle.
Piffle speaks Piffle.
Piffleese.
But he understands kobold logic. So
The door is locked, obviously. So
they
she
take
can
the door.
unlock the door with the key.
Yep. They will all go inside. And
And with what space is available on the plot, she will use her molders and stuff to turn into a few vegetable garden plots.
okay. What we'll say is Sprig, you and me can work on this afterward because this will affect Portland scale in some scale. So after the one shot, you and me can talk about this and how this will affect stuff going forward.
Basically, after that point, there's only one more thing that she's doing.
Oh, is she not gonna come back
She's
and whatnot?
giving the rest of her money over.
Oh, okay. You hand all the money
So
to them.
91 gold, 6 copper, and 6 silver.
Okay.
Nice.
And they all look teary-eyed. And
And then
no.
she just turns around and walks away.
Wait, as you turn to walk away, they actually grab hold of you and they all give you a hug.
Rattle, 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 rattle.
They will tell you to please come back soon.
And she bounces the stick up and down, stomp, 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 stomp.
All right. And they let you go and you walk away.
I swear if she dies in
She
this
just
campaign,
walks away.
everyone here is getting destroyed.
This
She just
moment.
walks away and finds like a nice shady spot under a tree, or next to a rock or whatever.
Okay.
And she sets up her little camp for the night with Pop Pop
Okay. And you go to sleep?
and throws out her great big winter blanket and lays it over herself and just disappears.
Okay. Well, stacking inspiration, I would say that would warrant another inspiration for you.
This moment brought to you by Studio Ghibli.
Moments later,
It's just a
this
camp.
kind soul
It's
would
just a
die.
camp of like a giant chicken and like 1,000 butterflies
Okay. Well,
and a
moving.
blanket.
As when you are with Piffle, Piff, Piff, Piffle. Piffle, Piff, Piff, Piffle.
Moving
Look
down.
at the kobold with butterflies. A magical adventure for you.
I
what
love it.
song is that?
That's the song for It's Like My Neighbor Totoro. When you are with Totoro, Totoro.
Totoro,
Yes.
Totoro, Totoro. You
Oh.
only see him when you're very young. A magical adventure for you.
All right. Well, continuing down the list, Diablo, do you have any stuff you would like to do before we head out for any equipment?
Well, as night basically descends, I'd like to do stuff. But is it around that time yet?
Yeah, we can fast forward tonight for you.
Perfect. I would like to go to the slightly poorer and more rundown parts of town in search of cheap food with a hint of cheap liquor in them. And as I'm patrolling, I stumble upon just a very tasty snack and very stealthily sneak up to it and enjoy myself a nice dinner, making sure I'm nice, well fed before I go on a nice long journey.
All right. You will be able to satiate your hunger. Do you plan on spending any gold to equip any different any additional equipment, or are you going to hold on to it?
I think I'll just hang on to my money for now, but
All right.
yeah. Perfect. That is all. Yes, just normal
as-
kobold eating food.
Now, as a thing, now that you are well fed for your thing, you do not have to worry. You will get a blood point. A blood point can be used to basically enhance a spell once a day. Think of it as a free meta magic for your class.
Ooh, cool.
Perfect.
A free casting of a meta magic, I should say.
Thank you for your assistance in this matter. I say as I just kind of walk off into the dark of the night again.
Did you?
Perfect.
Now I should ask: did you Vampire the Masquerade where you only drank enough to satiate, or did you drink all?
You know what? Let me flip a coin for it. Heads as he dies. It's tails. Okay, he
All right,
lives.
he lives. Okay, noted. All right. Rook, you buy your dragon focus. Are you doing anything additional?
No, but I don't imagine it'd be too easy to come across a dragon focus or dragon type focus.
Now, in port here, there are many different ships that come through, and there's many different stalls that can pop up. All it takes for you to do is actually just ask around, and you almost can find some form of magic item for the purposes of upgrading and whatnot. This is one of the bigger ports, and trade does come through here. Now, dragons are a hot commodity, so more draconic-like items are actually very common here in Wayfalls. So, wouldn't actually be that hard. However, you do probably spend about 3 hours looking.
All right. Is there anything else I can think of wanting? Oh, I did have a question.
Yes.
Like out of character.
Mhm.
So, you listed the very rare Dragon Touch Focus as 2400, so that's the one I got.
Mhm.
It gives me the ability to cast Hold Monster and Rhymes Binding Ice, but Hold Monster is a 5th level spell, and I have no 5th level slots.
I'm pretty sure it's like once per day casting.
Yeah, it says I can cast it once per day, but it doesn't say if I'm using a slot or anything.
No, so cast when it comes from a magic item, it's
Doesn't
innately.
consume it.
Yeah, it does not consume a slot. It's a once per day casting from the item itself.
Alrighty, sweet. I have a once per. Oh, I also, because there's like 3 versions of the Dragon Touch Focus, I got specifically the chromatic one.
Okay. I will take a
So,
look over
because
that.
that gives it different effects.
Yep.
I also, for some reason, Dragon Touch Focus gives you advantage on initiative.
Cool.
Okay. So when you roll for initiative, just roll twice, and we'll take the higher number.
Yeah.
All right. Willie, do
You
you?
can actually set it as a thing in your gears. The settings on the sheet.
Well, my thing
So
already.
it'll do it automatically.
Yeah, my thing already does any roll I do with the 2 numbers.
It
Willie.
doesn't work that way for advantage.
Oh.
I'll do the-
If you don't mind, just saying like in text chat. Willie, do you have any equipment you'd like to get before we leave?
And, just a couple items, but I was also wondering, how much time is remaining in the day? I was actually kind of wondering, is it possible I could use my thieves' cant to see if I could find the local thieves guild and see if I could find more information upon Fort Windfall from them?
These can't what?
Now- Now,
Wah, wah,
actually,
wah.
here in Port Elizabeth Guild, there's not necessarily a overarching thief guild. It's more just so common knowledge for the pirates.
Okay. Because pirates are already thieves, I mean, it's practically out in the open then.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, I just thought I'd see if that was I don't know, thieves stealing from pirates, wouldn't be completely out of the thing. All right, well then, yes, there are a couple things I'd like to buy then. Mostly just a couple of potions, really. That's about it.
Okay, what potion would you like to buy?
Potion of speed and... Dang it, come on, I just had it.
Yeah.
Sorry, my tabs are freezing.
No worries.
There we are. All right, yes, potion of speed, which would be 400, and then 2 potions of poison.
Easily done.
All right.
Go ahead and mark off the correct amount.
Yeah, that'd be 600. So wait, yeah, 600. 600.
And Virgil, do you have anything you'd like to buy?
Yes, I do. Okay, how much would a bag of holding cost?
Bag of holding, but not that. I don't believe it's that much. Let me quickly look. Not seeing alphabetical. But yeah, no, I'm not doing that price. Bag of holding would cost only about $450. I believe. Unless I gave someone else a different price.
450 gold?
Yes.
Okay. I will take a bag of holding.
I don't believe in some of the same magical pricing. I believe in some of it. I don't think a bag of holding would be 4,000 pieces in my opinion.
Right. Okay.
And some exceptions I've posted to people.
Right. Yeah, right. Would a... See, I feel like this would probably be a just in case. How much would a potion of water breathing cost?
Potion of water breathing. Now that is something we can easily... Potion of water breathing, 180.
Okay. That's 180. All right. And then last thing, because I don't, although I may not have enough money for this, but a cloak would not count as armor thing for the sake of my monk feats, would it?
No.
Okay. How much for a cloak of protection?
A cloak of protection that is going to cost more. However, I believe someone else bought a cloak of protection in this group, correct? Or am I wrong on that?
I looked into one. I didn't buy it.
You looked into one. All right. Let me go through your RDM very quick. We don't have anything about cloak. How much was your barrier tattoo, Minnie and Rook?
I didn't have a barrier tattoo.
I know you had it.
I had an eldritch grasp tattoo, something like that.
Minnie, how much was your barrier tattoo?
Let me quickly see if I can find it. It's somewhere in here.
Yeah.
I know one of them was in like the 400, 500 range. I forgot which one.
The coiling grasp tattoo you charged me 400 for.
Turbine.
Like, I understand you're buying items, but at the same time, are you actually having tattoo work done right before a big mission? You're gonna be sore.
The way the tattoos work in 5e is it's just a magic needle you press on your skin and it just kind of disappears.
I was comparing the price point of a cloak to a. I don't see this. Virgil, we're just going to go for the sake of expediency and for one shot, we'll say it's 300.
Dang it. I'm 15 gold short. I'll Okay, I won't take the potion, but I'll take the cloak of protection then.
Got it. All right.
Okay, and then that'll and I'll buy a chain, but those are 25 gold, I believe.
Yep.
So, yeah, and that'll be it for me.
Okay. And then with that, we will fast forward to the next afternoon.
Wow.
Where each of you meet Verthag in by the 14th bell in front of the gate. He is there promptly waiting for you all.
Wait, what time is that we get a meeting there?
14th bell is basically 2 p.m.
Oh wow, that's a lot later than I thought. Okay.
Yep. Each bell represents ignoring time zones, but represents each hour of the day.
They go by a 24-hour clock system. Okay.
Yes, I like to. I keep that as similar as possible, so I don't have to worry about keeping track of two different time systems.
Fair, fair. I'm just surprised we're waiting until afternoon. But yeah, let's rock.
Yep. So, he's waiting for you by the 14th bell. Everyone shows up, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
All right. And then he'll take you to the northwestern part of the port. I don't have a map for the port just yet because I've been working on that. But basically, you've passed a set of gates, and you're now into what seems to be some form of gated magical community. Going past, you can see there are all forms and manners of creatures flying throughout or in different cages. Seems to be that of a menagerie throughout going through your walk here. As quickly that he turns you down some corners, and he brings you to what seems to be just a rundown shack in this mystical menagerie of beasts. Open the door. There is a tall elf waiting for you. Grayish skin, with white hair, purple eyes. This is a drow or a dark elf, depending on where you are from. For what you call them. Wearing a greenish robe with yellow lining on the collar, but other than that, it's just a simple green robe. And there is a yellowish gilded gold circle on the ground, about 7 feet in radius, so 14 feet in diameter. He looks to Vertag and you all. I assume you're the. I'm sorry, that is the wrong voice. I assume you are all the party, yes?
Yep.
To
Well.
walks up. offers the bucket.
He will kindly extend his hand and, like, as in, like, a stop motion, like, please, no time for such nonsense, little one.
What?
No. There's always time for
Oh,
such
no.
nonsense. Shake the bucket.
Here we go again.
I will
Alright,
roll
Chive, go ahead,
intimidation if you.
Give me an intimidation roll right there, Chive. And he kind of, like, cocks the head and, like, very well then, and he will shake the bucket.
Peach better shake the bucket.
Has a big smile and then sets the boot back on the ground.
If
I
you
take my hand off of the hilt of my vicious dagger.
But we don't have. Anyways, you all have a minute to prepare while I cast the spell, and he will start taking a ritual, and Verthag will salute you all and walk out of the building.
Awesome.
And after a minute, the yellow gold, basically a wall of like yellowish, brightish light envelops, forming a more of a eye sign in the run. What seems to be an eye, a serpentine eye, looking all around. And as the eye looks around and scans each of you, it blinks at each one of you, and eventually, the eye disappears, forming a pure wall of golden light, eventually fading into a imagery of a different landscape outside. The elf goes, quickly, go now before it closes, before we no longer have the favor of Luminon himself.
Flies through portal.
the portal.
Remel dusts off his cloak and walks right through.
Wait. Okay, so Luminon, just to make sure I'm correct, is the like Leviathan.
Yes, Luminon is what the world is named after. Luminon is the Leviathan himself. That, in further detail, I can always once I get the world Amber link going. The world is named after the Great Leviathan. Yes.
Alright, I'm gonna like. Is the eye still there?
No, it is already vanished.
Oh, I'd imagine he'd have waved while the eye was there. He's like, hey, yeah, that's who I work for.
All right, I will make a note of that. All right. And do you, Peace Bro, or do you hop through the portal?
Yeah.
All right. And with that, I believe everyone has gone through the portal. Now, quickly, as you have entered the portal, here it is. Now, you were in humid before. For those who have traveled, or sorry, for those who live in more, for temperature-wise, the humidity made it feel more like a high 80s in Fahrenheit. Now here, it is sweltering hot here in Port Ardentus. You have jumped from like a high 80s to a low 100s with the form of the humidity, and you can see clearly everyone is sweating profusely. There are makeshift fans people are using between different jungle leaves or paper, whatever they can find. Here, when you come out of the portal, you are standing in an open market square. Different stalls form of purplish banners on top, with varying stripes of orange glint at the top of them. You see manners of all races here: draconian, humans, elves, dwarfs, goblinoids. All the races here are very diverse. Though for an exception that you haven't seen in Port Scale, most of the guards that you see in this open market square are actually those of Devilkin. Devils being... someone just played a sound effect and it scared me. Devilkin, different succubuses, incubuses, lemurs.
Lemurs?
Yes, lemurs are a lower, like the very lowest of devils.
Oh.
I knew Zabumafu was so evil.
But does it like to move it? That's the real question.
So were the
No,
crab eaters warlocks?
Now, if people want to look up what a lemur is, these lemurs are they're misshapen, and they're more so they seem to be on like chains, like a collar, almost like that of like a dog, that are being held by these different devilkin guards. But you see all manner of devilkin guarding there. As you pop through the circle, a pair of incubus guards come over to you. Halt! State purpose and where you've come from. Which port, which circle?
Li-
Feels
Lizard
bucket
scale.
up in his direction.
Yes.
Nope, none of that. Stay where you are, little lizard.
Apologies for the smaller one there, guards. We have just come from the port of Port Lizard Scale itself. We just through the portal, as you can tell.
So,
Okay,
alright,
hold
from
on.
lizard scale.
Hold on one tick here. What is the appropriate amount to bribe? What is an appropriate guard bribe for this situation?
You're trying to bribe?
Okay, I feel like I would know what the appropriate bribe for this situation should be.
All right, if you want to be appropriate bribe. Now, devils do like their money. However, you do know that incubuses are not necessarily known for their more earthly possessions, but more so
Mhm.
their religious fervor. If you were to make a donation to the Temple of Moralina, the Temple of Lust, you could probably know they would probably let you go without any paperwork involved.
And how much would that have to
What's
be?
going on in that temple?
Probably only need to be like, what, 5 gold or something?
What type of donation?
That's actually a big
is
chunk of
this?
money.
The average tip for Temple of Moralina would probably be like 10 gold.
Oh, okay,
Okay.
good.
10 gold is the average tip?
Oh, sorry, not tip, but donation or tithe.
Right.
Okay, hold on. That's actually a lot, though. Are these people rich? Because a tithe is like what, 10% of your income?
But like I said, donation or tithe. But you guys are travelers, not actual citizens of this port.
I'm just
Now,
wondering who the rich people are who live here. If a tithe is 10 gold.
Probably rich pirates, if I were to guess.
All right. Sorry, this is just... I like this moment. I'm going to put my hand on Remmel's shoulder and just sort of like, gently pull him back before he says anything else, and says, "We were actually on our way to the temple, but if you'd be willing to help us out, you could take the donation for us." And I offer him 6 gold.
Please ignore the last word.
Hmm?
I said, please ignore the last word I just posted in chat.
Oh,
Boing.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check for the donation.
sure. 21.
One of the incubuses will say, "Very well. Please enjoy your stay at the matron mother of love." And they
Thank you.
will part ways and leave you be.
To which Remmel turns to Ventius and said, "I had that under control, you know."
Now, there is a new handout for folks on Moralina, the mother of lust and love.
But yes, Remmel looks a little bit irked at Ventius, but just rolls his eyes.
Ventus?
Believe they're talking to you, Diablo?
Still holding her ugly stick towards the guard, rattling it at him.
Hello.
And the guards have walked away.
Wait, I didn't get out of character. I didn't get people mixed up again. It was Ventius that did the bribe, right?
Nope, it was...
No.
You missed me again.
Jive.
Yeah,
I'm
Because
Jive.
I'm looking at the D&D map constantly, so I'm not seeing who's talking when.
Ah.
Really,
Oh,
are
was-
you
was it-
sure? Are you sure you're not? You can us confused a whole lot.
I assure you I did not bribe the man.
No. Okay, then. Out of character. I said it to the wrong person. Gosh.
No worries, no worries.
Wah, wah, wah.
Look, bunch of armed guards come up to you. They want one thing.
Your lunch
Just-
money.
Give it to them. Keep it moving. Makes your life easier.
All right, Chai, fine, jeez.
I really like our character's dynamic.
It's just a waste of money is all I'm saying.
No, you would have. I would have given that money to the temple anyways.
Well, you... Okay, you make a good point.
As are you going to, if you know what's good for you here.
Piffle taps Rimmel on the shoulder with the bucket. Shrugs.
Aw.
Now, so just out of character, for people who, if you have read it, Morlina is not one of the bad deities of the Devilkin.
Mhm.
Devilkin are widely more accepted here in and just in the world as a whole than like Celestials or whatnot. Usually Celestials are branded, disowned, outcast, or depending on the location, even hunted. So it's not uncommon to walk around to find different devils in different societies around.
If I'm reading it right, and tell me if I'm wrong, it's basically an equivalency of Eros.
I apologize, I do not know that reference.
Oh,
That's,
the
Greek
Greek
deity, right?
goddess of carnal love.
Oh, Greek?
Aphrodite would be another name.
Yes. Okay.
Venus.
Thank you. I know Aphrodite and Venus. Didn't know.
Aphrodite is
Eros
more
is another name.
romance. Eros is more carnal, like you say in this mother of lust and love.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
Both versions would apply to Morlina.
Fair.
It's basically just on her whim, however she's feeling.
The goddess of love.
But yep. So you guys are now in the city. You guys do have there. I should mention there was a map provided by There's a map provided to you. The map that was shown to you by Berthag was provided to you, so that way you guys could make your way throughout the city and into the jungle.
Oh, good.
All right.
So, do you guys and also horses were brought through the teleportation as well, so everyone has a mount. Now, the average thing of a horse can go about. Let me look at the horse very quick. Actually, I'm gonna compare similar to like a riding horse, just for terms of keeping everyone good. So 60 feet, 60 feet times. We'll say roughly on horse, where on foot it might be like 40, 50. Horse, you're going to get in like an extra 10 miles per day, 10 to 15 miles per day. You will be traveling mainly by road, so there won't be any difficult terrain until later on, after you get past Dole.
Okay.
So it's looking to be about 270 minus 60 is going to be 210. 150, 90. It's probably going to be about 4-day travel from Port Ordentus to Dole.
All
Okay.
right.
That being said,
Oh,
go for it.
what is the mood of the city? Like, what is the atmosphere like?
The
How are
current
people- how are
vibe
people
and
acting?
atmosphere of the port, currently it is a bustling time, and you see that there seems to be different festive garb being worn. Generally joyous, going throughout the city. However, if you're going more through poor neighborhoods, less joyous, but more probably relieved that there's a special occasion going on.
Hmm. Okay.
All right.
Does anyone want to do anything in the city, or are we just gonna go straight to traveling?
I feel like we did most of our city stuff before we left. At least I
Okay.
did.
Yeah, so I'm just good with traveling.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, all right. On the first day of travel, as you get into it, there is no issue, no conflict. Now, on the second day of travel, starting from the top of the Discord list, Jay, can I please have you roll a D100?
Oh boy.
Oh boy,
One,
oh boy, oh boy.
Give us some good luck, Jade.
73. It has started to storm, and you'll make half travel, so it'll be add an extra day to your travel time.
Okay.
So as you have to hunker down from what would seem to be a heavy storm, but with the coastal waters nearby, it's transformed more into a
Squall.
a squall, not a hurricane, but tropical storm
Hmm.
sort of deal.
Oh, lovely.
If I'm reading the
Right.
map right, we are on an actual road, though, right? This is
Yes, you're
a
on an
proper
actual
path?
road.
Is it cobble or is it just mud?
It's dirt and mud.
Okay.
And now it's more mud than dirt thanks to that squall.
Hence the extra day of travel. Now on the second day, can I have Sprig please roll a D100? $65. Okay. The storm clears up. There is no conflict today. On the third day of travel, can I please have Diablo roll?
And
96.
a Trask shows up.
96.
Make it do a dex save.
Oh no. Nothing bad, right?
What's the worst that could happen?
Oh. Yeah, what's the worst that can happen?
Can I please have everyone put their characters on the right side of the map?
Don't know how.
Oh. What is
so-
right side again?
Take your character sheet and literally click and drag onto the map.
Oh.
Ah, I see.
I'm a little oversized, aren't I?
Yeah, we can. Let me scale you guys down. There was no grid before, so it was hard, but no. Scaling down, this will be fine. Very quick. Sorry, I was just trying to get them all in like a line.
Wait,
Oh,
does
that's
mine not
big.
going up? Okay, crap. Hold on. There we go.
There's the rock.
Could I get the token removed on pop-up still, by the way?
Oh,
I asked for it earlier.
I apologize.
Yeah, just off the sheet so that I can have the token that I saved.
There you go.
Thank you.
Now, yeah, so these are 10-foot squares. So this makes sense. One. All right. So each of you can have a horse. I will color code them. I guess or P-throw your purple.
I like purple.
I'm just looking based down on the roll 20 is a little bit laggy right now for me for some reason.
Oh yeah, our roll 20 colors. That makes sense.
Ventus, your light blue. I don't have a light blue. Diablo, you're gonna be. You're gonna be
Red.
yellow. So I apologize.
Oh. I died on the spot. That was so traumatic.
Pitfall doesn't need one, so Canaveras blue. Jade, you are green, and then Willie, you're orange.
Orange and blue are complementary colors.
I need to reload roll 20 real quick because that was very laggy, and I have no idea why. Check my path manager very quick. My CPU is fine. My memory is very much. Let me get rid of that. That helped a lot. Alright. Oh, why did I change whole games?
What?
I for some reason I'm now on my other Luminar group as I refreshed.
Bye, we'll miss you.
If you have both, if you have both open when you refresh, sometimes it works like that.
Okay. Yeah, that's a lot better. Cool. All right. So each individual, you guys can presume that your current token is on your horse during this thing. However, who has a perception above 15? Passive perception, that is.
I
That
do.
would be me.
Yep.
I don't.
Remmel does.
Rimmel,
Let's
Canterbury's.
go.
Canterbury's.
My passive perception is 14.
Fortunately, you would not notice. And Heathrow, I believe you said yes?
I don't.
No, you don't. So it was only Canterbury's and Rimmel. Alright. Yep, okay. So, as you're traveling along the road, which this part is more overgrown, a couple days, and there are some dirt over this, but the foliage covers mainly, and clearly is a road based on these. To the left and right of you, there's different trees and whatnot, but it seems like it's been hacked away and well traveled in the middle. So, if you on this map particularly, if you go like into the foliage and whatnot, you'll be considered in light obscurement because you're in like bushes and whatnot. Now,
All right, so any of the foliage would be light obscurement then.
yes.
All right.
Now, traveling on the thing, eventually Canterbury's and Rimmel, you start to hear the absence of sound. It's not even sound itself. You hear the absence of sound traveling down this road. Like there is no birds, there is no insects whatsoever. Oh, maybe there's insect chattering, but birds chirping are like monkeys cooing that you've been hearing throughout the different jungles and traveling the past couple days. You don't hear any of those different animal noises, which is very strange. You haven't heard any for probably about the last 10 minutes.
Hmm.
All right. Let's see.
Canterbury's raises his hand and says, "Halt."
Yeah. Could I use my eye for detail to make a perception check to spot any hidden creatures or objects?
Go for it.
All right. So that would be how to make a wisdom perception check to spot a hidden object or make an intelligence perception. All right. So we'll go with wisdom perception. All right. So that's wisdom perception, and oh crap, closed out of it.
And I'll do a perception check as well, if that's all right.
Go for it.
There we go.
Okay. So, as you guys have called halt and probably move further ahead from the pack, so probably like say you guys are a square ahead of your guys' horses. Also, please ignore like the background that's not green. That's just I couldn't get rid of that border when exporting. So, Reno and there you guys. There we go. All right. So you guys being in front and hopping off the horses. Going through, one thing you do notice, you start to hear crushing of different twigs and branches ahead of you. And you hear a low grumbling and growl.
Ah.
Not necessarily directed in your direction, but more up here is when you start to hear like that little low grumbling and growl.
Okay. If Canterbury's flies upwards of let's say, okay, he'll go like the full distance he can in a single turn of 45 feet upwards, would he be able to get to see what was there? Or actually we'll say it's 30 feet 30 feet in there. Would he be able to see?
Yes, you don't even have to roll a perception check. As you fly above 30 feet, or above everyone else. Now, they couldn't see it because there's heavy foliage and whatnot, and like a rock right here and trees. But you can clearly tell there are two massive reptilian beasts staring off at each other, currently in what seems to be a combative stance, staring at each other.
Friends!
And I will... I will bring those up.
Sounds a little worrying.
So you can see there are currently two big reptilian-like creatures. Now, you might not necessarily recognize these type of creatures. I'm pretty sure everyone outside of the game can recognize what these creatures are, but I'm not quite sure if Canterbury's would recognize what these are. You just see two giant lizards currently standing off at each other.
I maybe do with a survival check, maybe, or
Nature
or something?
check. Nature check
Okay.
would be 14. You've heard of these, not necessarily encountered them in your own time, but these seem to be two animals that represent what's known to be known as dinosaurs, or old lizards, known to the more local and tribal tongue. However, more scientific or more seasoned adventurer, these are Tyrannosaurus rexes, T-Rexes.
Okay. So, and you said that they're faced at each other, correct?
Yes, they're currently faced at each other.
Okay. So they don't know us. They don't. It's not seeming that they're necessarily focused on. They're just focused on each other.
Yep, they're focused intently on each other.
Okay. In that case, Canterbury's will fly back down and say, politely say, ahead there are two large dinosaurs facing off against each other. Perhaps it's over territory or something, but we'll need to go around unless we wish to fight them.
Would be the better cost of valor.
Hmm.
But how far off the path do you think we have to go to? Jeez. Remel says out loud. But how far along the path would we have to go to get the way out of these things? You said they were territorial. What if we wandered into their territory?
Let's see. If Canterbury's kept up flying above, could he still do a direct the party around to keep a good distance away from the while they're making their way through?
You could make a survival check as you go up to try to see if there would be a better path.
Okay, I'll do that then.
Currently what you see, there is different... As you go up, there is just more dense and denser jungle, which probably from a ground's eye level would definitely be harder to navigate through. However, with the 7, you just see the endless expanse of jungle, perhaps to the east of your location, like northern eastern location. You can see there might be a small clearing of trees, but you don't know what's over there.
I got a quick question.
Possibly around about 400 feet in that direction.
I've got a question.
What's up?
We're headed to what was it? Dol.
Dol.
This is going from an inland city to a port city. Is this a pretty well-traveled road? Have we seen any other carriages or carts that have been either passing us in either direction?
There's been occasional path. This is a well-traveled road from Port Artemtooth, which is a coastal city, to a Dol, which is a more inland village, not necessarily a city. Just for clarification and correction right there.
Thank you.
You have seen different carts and whatnot, but the road is unpredictable because it is still cutting through the middle of the jungle.
Okay.
But you have seen different carts, however, it's more like passing nods and, hey, how you doing sort of deal, but like nothing permanent, like they want to stop you.
Right. No, I'm seeing in terms of, we can get a pretty good idea. I'll say it's in character. Well, we've seen some carts here today. We can probably have a pretty good idea of how long these two have been standing off for. Couldn't have been that long. That was it. That was my statement.
Let's see. said 400 feet away is where Kenneber saw there might be a clearing to the east.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. So he'll fly back to and says, "I think I found a path, but I'm going to go check on it. I'll be back. I'll be back shortly."
Okay.
So with that, he'll try to he'll fly up. He'll kind of go at let's say 50 feet up in the air,
Mhm.
and he'll go on to try to get a closer look at that clearing to see if it looks safe or not.
Now, you don't need a perception check because you can clearly feel it out the opening. As you can see there's several large footprints indented, similar to that of the T-Rex's footprint, in the ground around what seems to be a circular nest, and there are half a dozen eggs, some of them cracked, in the clearing. The clearing in total probably about 60 feet 60 feet total wide in diameter, with it directly in the middle. Is like this nest, the nest being about 10 feet in diameter each. Not 10 feet, probably 5 feet in diameter. I don't know how big dinosaur eggs were, but these are pretty big creatures.
Okay. All right. I got a good idea then as far as how to get by. So Canterburus flies back, and he says, "Okay, I got an idea. And he pulls out a bottle of he pulls out a couple bottles of oil, and as well as some paper.
Mhm.
And so he says, "So I found a nest over there, about over to the east. Looks like one of their nests. I'm going to create a diversion, which will most likely draw the attention of those two. When all the rest of y'all can hide off. The rest of you will hide off into the bushes. So when that attracts the attention of it, we can probably head through this without much difficulty. Does that sound good?"
That sounds pretty smart.
Well, smart. We better start hiding then. I would then. Wait, I missed the ping. Was it to the south or to the north you wanted us to hide?
Oh, I didn't. Oh, I didn't ping on purpose. But I guess it'd be the south.
Oh, okay. All right. Well then Remel will take his horse and go south into the shrubbery. If you can coax the horse into it.
All right. So is everyone good on that plan?
I'm good on that.
Okay. Basically, Kenneburst is going to be lighting the nest on fire.
Oh god.
Bring me
Okay.
back an egg, please.
So if that's okay with everyone, so if everyone's okay with that plan of hide while the resident pick the little Dwayne the Rock Johnson Bigby fires bombs it's our nest.
Yeah, get the little babies too.
Okay. All right.
We've already had breakfast this morning.
I heard some of them were starting to crack open, so be sure to get those extra. Right?
The plan is not to enrage them by destroying their eggs. Got it. Alright.
All right. So okay. So everyone, do people need to roll for stealth so far? Or?
Well, so far, you guys are downwind. You guys are upwind currently for the current wind? So no, upwind.
Downwind means they can't smell us. Upwind means our scent would be blowing towards them.
Thank you. So you guys are downwind. So
Okay.
currently their smelling cannot see you. If you go past them, they might be able to. They might then be able to smell you.
All right.
Okay.
Then yeah, like yeah.
All right.
I say we go. I say we go with Remmel. I say we go with Canterbury's plan.
All right. Okay, so while I'm still on the ground, because that'll make it easier, so I'm going to basically Canterbury's will try to make using paper and two containers of oil he has. He's basically going to make Molotov cocktails.
Okay, I would say no crafting check. You have alcohol. You have thing. You have enough material to make a Molotov cocktail.
Okay. All right. Because I think I think I should have enough paper. Whereas, yeah, I have 10 pieces of paper, so I'll leave 8. So okay. So if that Canterbury is gonna fly up and then, he's gonna say, okay, when y'all are ready, give me a thumbs up. And so he flies up.
Okay, you're flying up. What is everyone else doing?
I guess I'll be hiding.
Yeah, I'll be hiding too.
I'm trying to calm my horse.
Yes. So I did roll an animal handling check. The horses seem somewhat concerned, but they're not outright panicking right now.
Well, then I would take my horse and move south. Do I roll for something for that? Sorry, I just haven't.
So
If you want to take your horse, you can easily just take your horse off the map.
Oh, okay.
The map more so is like if you guys don't have high enough path perception, possibly ambush like in the middle of the road, but there's nothing stopping you from like going off the map in movement.
okay.
We can calculate how far we go. So if you want to move south and like out of the path, you can easily do that.
Yeah, it would probably, since the nest is in the northeast, it'd probably be great to move to the southeast.
Okay.
Off the road.
Okay. So you guys start making your way off the road. I guess go ahead and give me a personal stealth check. The horses we won't worry about. Other than Canterbury's, because Canterbury's are not with the party. We're gonna average the stealth.
All right.
You can choose to roll disadvantage if you choose to. Chive.
Oh dang. I don't know if actually never mind.
All right, there we go.
Everyone has, I think everyone has like one inspiration, so if they want to like, so you can re-roll a
Yeah.
1.
We are not subtle.
I do not have an
People use one
inspiration
of their
yet.
Inspiration, just because I have 2 and I only have 1 spot to track it with.
I believe Sprig's using inspiration. I believe someone else has inspiration if they would like to give it to Ventus to increase that score.
Yeah. Remmel will give his inspiration to Ventus, so I'll get rid of that
Oh,
inspiration.
bless. I would love to re-roll that with the inspiration. I was so. Oh,
I mean, nothing-
still
no-
not
nothing-
great, but it's better.
No one's saving Chive.
I imagine Pithro is so used to like stalking fish at the bottom of the water or something. He's like used to moving very stealthily.
Okay. Assuming Chive, we're keeping you the same role. Does anyone else have inspiration to possibly help Chive out?
Did we all get inspiration?
No, I've handed out a couple.
Um,
Oop.
one quick thing, if I may.
Yep.
If anyone wants to give me inspiration, I will decline it. I want Chive is going to make sure of 2 things. 1, he is closer to the enemy than anybody else. 2, he is not as stealth as anybody else. If something goes wrong, he wants to put himself on the line.
Okay. Is your horse nearby, or are you trying to like have your horse stay with the others?
Chive is not good on a horse. He does not like horses.
Okay.
He can ride it for a long distance, but if it gets to combat, he's gonna dismount instantly.
Okay. Well then, Chive, what I'll do is keep your stealth score separate. Or no, you guys, because you're still with the group somewhat. I will keep it.
Yeah,
Let me
I'm
average
still
this
with the
all up
group,
very
yeah.
quick. Okay. Calculator.
If things go wrong, Chive wants to make sure that they go wrong for him, not other people.
I see this as an absolute win.
So the average score is 14 rounded down. For the group stealth. Okay. Well, luckily, T-Rexes have a horrible, apparently, sense of smell. Also, being downwind helps.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they don't have a good pet. Oh. I would say the downwind definitely helps. If you guys weren't downwind, probably be in trouble. But 14 is enough to make sure that the 2 T-Rexes don't notice you, while Canterbury flies over to the nest. Now, 400 feet, you can get there pretty fast, Canterbury. So,
while he's making his way, he will use Druidcraft to like cancel out any smell that he would have.
Okay.
Since you can make smells, I'm assuming he could like fine-tune it to where it would be like basically
Similar to the
canceling out.
surrounding.
That makes
Yeah.
sense.
you can do that.
All
That's
right.
smart thinking. Yeah.
Smells like jungle in here, am I right, guys?
I like it.
No, I thought it smelled like a desert.
That's probably what he would do. He would just copy the smells of the jungle itself and replicate that.
You
I
smell
smell like a
flora.
leaf. I smell like a leaf. I smell like a leaf on the wind.
What is this, a shampoo commercial?
Let's just hope the dinosaurs leave him alone. Haha, get the laugh.
I get it.
He
Thank
uses
you.
his herbal essence.
Now, all right.
Um,
So eventually, the party we'll say is probably about 200. The party itself probably 200 feet off the road into the jungle at this point. And by the time at Canterbury, you basically have double the movement speed of everyone else. You can get over there. They're now out of sight, out of the way. Do you set? It's up to you when you want to set fire to it. If you want to wait a certain amount of time, or you just want to do it right away.
okay. I will. I will wait. He'll wait a few minutes. Just like let's say he'll wait 3 minutes.
Mhm.
I think that should probably help give enough time to help make up. For
Yeah,
them
that-
to get stealthified and stuff like that.
Okay, yeah, we can do that, and people can start continuing. So we'll say 3 minutes. They could probably be like halfway between where they went, because they went more roundabout. Probably halfway to the clearing itself. If your intention was to bring them to the clearing, or just have them hide while the dinosaurs get away.
Well, he's planning on to use wait, what was my sorry, my brain went derailed something. What was the question again? Sorry.
It was mainly so your attention to the party. Was the party going to go alongside with you to the nest, or were they just hiding off before and waiting for the dinosaurs to go away?
No, they would be the hiding away. They're not going.
Basically,
They're going the other way.
Yep.
Not towards me, away from the distraction that's going to get their direction. That's going to get that some angry dinosaur is probably going to be heading towards very quickly.
Mm-hmm. So now they're 200 feet. 200 feet would be a good distance away from the beaten path. You wait 3 minutes, set fire and whatnot. Now, it takes a little bit to catch fire. It doesn't catch fire right away. But the Molotov cocktails help expedite that, as in less than a minute, there's now a roaring fire around the nest. And eventually, about, not even 15 seconds later, the party can see through the trees. There's a giant smoke cloud coming from the northern direction. Now, during this whole time, eventually, as people have gone off, there has been now large, very aggressive noises as the two dinosaurs have now collided with each other, and there's now a battle pursued, and I will do a set amount of damage to them. As clawing and biting has come forth. But eventually, there's a smell in the air, and they both kind of look around and see the smoke. Now, this one will try to get away and run towards this, while this one will take attack opportunity against it. I will just roll damage for its bite attack very quick, why not? Bite's pretty strong. Oh, and that's a lot of damage to that. And it's basically bit off a huge chunk of flesh where this one can no longer move. This one's badly hurt in the foliage, but no one can really see that, as now they've gone off distance. And they're currently fighting in that, but they are now away from the main room. That is for sure.
And yeah, Kenneburst would have headed back or whatever towards party or whatever. Once he saw that the fire was getting all right, that it was actually doing what it was supposed to be doing.
Mm-hmm. Now, my question is, did you take one egg aside like Pithro asked, or did you not bother?
Oh. Nah, he wouldn't have bothered just because it would be... Because you had said some hatched already, right?
No, there was some cracks in some, but
Oh.
There weren't any signs of other reptiles in it.
Oh, okay. I thought some had hatched and thing. So, yeah, he would have taken an egg as long as there's not or he'll go ahead and put a couple eggs in that aren't cracking or whatever in his bag of holding.
Okay, so you can mark off you now have 2 T-Rex eggs, and you eventually meet up the party. Do you give one to Pithro?
Yeah, he hands both of them.
Oh, both of them?
Yeah.
All right, Pithro, go ahead and add 2 T-Rex eggs to your inventory.
Eggsies.
I had an idea. How big are these eggs?
So the average T-Rex egg is about 17 meters in length.
17 meters?
Not meters, sorry. Inches. I don't know why I was thinking meters.
Good grief.
I'm sorry.
That's a very large... That's a Tarrasque egg.
T-Rex, I think.
Dude, it's
Those
not
were
T-Rex. Sorry.
T-Rex.
Fighting the Tarrasque. Everyone, roll initiative.
All right, let's go. Let's do this.
I got it.
Oh, also, Kenneburst does say he hands a bar of soap along with the eggs, and he just says, "It's when we get a safe distance away, wash those off, so they can't follow, so nothing can follow the scent."
Mm-hmm.
All right.
That is
I had this
smart.
idea. He puts one of the eggs in his bag as safely as he can. But if it's small enough that he could, I was thinking he cracks one open and just eats it.
Just raw?
Just raw.
Weren't some of them cracking? So that's a basically formed thing in there, right?
Yeah.
Well,
There's
these
some
ones are
things
uncracked.
straight up like that.
It could be. Some people could see it as possibly the eggs were probably poached or whatnot, because there was no sign of hatching or other smaller dinosaurs, or at least smaller T-Rexes. Maybe smaller prints, but definitely not baby T-Rex prints.
Ah, so they must have been damaged. I see.
So you start eating it. Now, I don't think you've had T-Rex egg before, Pithro.
No, he has not. This is a fun experience.
Oh, give me one moment to look something up.
I'm gonna sneak over towards this bush over here as he starts to crack open one and just kind of, just vibe over here. No reason in particular.
Okay. Okay. Good news. It's edible. I mean, it is an egg. So that is eggable. Bad news. Can you please give me a con save?
All right, hold on. All right, where's my con saves? There they are. Constitution. Oh.
Okay. You now. These eggs you have not eaten before, and you don't have a tolerance to them. And eating raw egg is not necessarily good for you either.
Salmonella.
So, it is not salmonella or like anything that. It is actually. Actually, God. All right. For now, please note that you are suffer the poison condition.
Oh no. All right, where's status at on the sheet?
And honestly, Piffle is not very happy that you just essentially kidnapped and ate someone's baby.
True,
From what
though.
you can tell.
Well, I mean,
He's
anyone who eats
kicking
chicken
you
eggs.
with the ugly stick.
I still remember that.
Hamburger just shakes his head. Good grief! Come on, we need to. Let's move it. Let's slowly move out while they're distracted.
He's
She's just like holding the ugly stick by the bucket end and just like hitting Pistro with the boot over and over again.
Alright.
Peter's gonna like cast Mage Hand, just like poke the boot away.
And she just conjures a mage hand herself and slaps him with it.
Okay, guys, come on. Infanticide is one thing, but eating? That's fucked up. Come on. Let's just stick to killing the babies now.
Rimmel just looks to Pithro and says, "You did start it."
I didn't start anything. I'm just hungry.
Well, you are unable to finish your meal snack, whatever you would prefer. Instead, you suffered, and now you're probably more hungry than before.
Can I like keep the eggshells and just make chalk out of it or something?
You can do that, yeah.
All right.
It'll take you like during like a night's rest in order to do that. Possibly when you're not puking your brains out later on.
I have aspect of the moon, so I don't even need to sleep during a long rest.
Okay, but you still need to rest because you are currently sick.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And let's see, when we do get a chance to like rest or whatever, Timbers will use do a medicine check just as far as like help with the ease like the symptoms.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a medicine check as I just take up as I'm trying to breathe in for some reason.
I do have some antitoxin, if it's needed.
Antitoxin would cure him if you gave it to him.
That's going to be a 12.
Okay. 12 would help alleviate it, but Chide, if you want to give him an antitoxin, that would cure his sickness.
If he asks, it is. If he asks for help, then I will gladly do it.
Okay.
If he doesn't ask for help, then I will let that be his own battle.
I think Pithro is just gonna be like one of those kind of people just to deal with it. He's like, well, I got myself into this.
Wait, hold on. I have to judge you very quick, Jade. Horseradish?
Yeah?
What about horseradish?
Oh, I see.
In a prairie oyster? Yeah.
Okay.
But with the tomato juice as well, yeah. Gives a bit of a
Okay.
Bloody Mary flavor.
Oh, I'm not saying anything against the bloody the tomato. It's just like saw horseradish. I'm personally not a fan with cooking with horseradish. I just wanted to make a quick comment on that.
Okay, fair.
Wait, do you? I don't. Is this supposed to be like a prairie oyster equivalent?
I was in my side chat. I put in a recipe for a D&D jungle oyster. T-Rex egg yolk, Worcestershire sauce, Worcester sauce, however you want to say it. Lots of people say it anyways.
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire. That's
I know it is Worcestershire, but
but-
I know Worcester is how it's pronounced in in the UK. But yeah,
But a prairie oyster, that's
hot sauce, horseradish, table salt, black pepper, and tomato juice.
I
Mm.
pronounce it Worcestershire sauce.
Hmm.
Worcester sauce as your mod Sapphire.
Worcester. Yeah,
How-
that's
Worcester.
How big of a glass do you need to keep that yolk unbroken?
now that's a big question.
You would need a piffle
I
sized
feel
glass.
like this is just how you make a pitcher.
Yeah, best part is you just get one of those pitchers that you use to make orange juice and just go, and now you got scrambled egg.
There you go.
okay.
But-
I was thinking something else. I was thinking Rocky Mountain oyster. Excuse me. Move along.
That
No,
no.
Oh
no,
no!
no,
no!
No.
Well,
Oh,
there is a T-Rex corpse just off screen. We could.
No.
no.
Even I won't
Assumably,
go that far.
and we're not
The-
sure if that was the mother or the father yet. So
All right, DM putting foot down. No.
Also, that would be
Fair.
a cloaca. There's there would be
Onwards,
different-
anyways. So how's Dole this time of year?
Yes. So as the rest of the night goes well, Peter, would you ask for help for Chive, or would you just accept help from Canterbarus only?
Who was it that did the medicine check?
Canterbarus, the
I
fairy.
think I'll accept the help from that because he's like, yes, medicine person.
Okay, your personal tooth fairy has arrived and has helped alleviate some of the pain. However, not fully help, not fully
Also,
cure
he
it.
does get you, though. He does get you to purge, like the first thing, as far as the first part of treatment.
True.
And that's not optional. You're getting, yeah.
If you won't do it willingly, he will punch you in the stomach for it.
Don't worry, I can do it. He just does like the starfish thing. Okay, no, I feel like it's a little too gross.
I think it
Yeah.
just flew over everyone's health. So
So how's Dole this time of year?
Anyways, yes. So, anyways, Petro, you are somewhat cured. It's going to take you another day. Probably at the end of the day, you are in Dole. If you spend a whole day here.
All right.
Well,
Alright.
we were gonna. Okay, in character. So, is the plan we head right over to the fort, or do some of you want to do some reconnaissance to see if the locals know anything about the fort itself?
I say we just go into the town. I mean, Dole's not a terrible place, right? The fort's all the way out there. Dole is just a town, right?
Temptation to make a dumb pun about it. The only bad thing I've heard about it is that at times it can be a little dull.
Hey.
I had to.
Man, you really know how to dole out the jokes there.
Hey.
The inspiration for all of you.
No, don't encourage this behavior.
I still don't know what the
Minus.
dull thing is.
It's a small town, I assume.
Yeah, it's the name of the village.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's the checkpoint before we actually have to leave the road and go into the jungle proper.
I thought
Wait, let me check if I brought
that you were
rations. to
making a
make
joke
this
about
work.
fruit. I'm gonna be honest.
Nope, Dole is like a little village hidden right there.
Yeah, I'm not like wearing my glasses right now, so I couldn't read it.
I guess I just very quick outside the game. I did originally put this for a 5-hour time slot, and we're approaching the last half hour.
Boy.
If people want to push for tonight, we can do that. If not, we'll still do like the Dole part and whatnot and continue. We can always finish it at a later date with a different one shot for folks.
I mean,
That is up to people.
I'm good for another 3 hours.
Oh.
I'm good for as long as I need to be.
Yeah,
and
you
then
can
to
get
do
your
tomorrow.
while still too.
All right,
I
I
can,
guess
I can continue.
Diablo,
I-
you're my biggest concern.
I'm good. I'm good.
Really?
Yes.
To glory.
Maybe just another short break in a little bit.
Yeah, we'll probably just do another short break then.
Yeah, short break after Dole.
Rook,
Yeah.
are you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Virgil.
Powder
There
my
we-
nose a little, dull
Yeah.
up a bit, you know.
All right. So, noted. So, all right. So, still deciding. You guys are heading into Dull.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, as you all head into the town of Dole, not by any means an impressive city or port town that you have previously come accustomed to with your brief visit to Ardentooth and your mainstay in Lizard Scale. It is not very big whatsoever, where the population probably is maybe less than just even 100 here. Currently, Dole is a way station between people traveling into the jungle, as well as just a small reprieve for hunters who are hunting nearby. Although there is a less beaten path, not a main road, but a less beaten path that continues through Dole, across the river that will conjoin with the main path over here. It's mainly just like a crossroads. Now, buildings here are far and few between. More so, they are made of very junglewood shacks with leaf roofs. You can see primarily the focus here is actually there are majority of the occupants here are albino dwarves that are various shapes, sizes. They have their outfits made of what seems to be different animal hides from the local jungle. Some of them actually imported from Ardentooth, like deer hide and whatnot, depending on them. Other than albino dwarfs, because it is, or not albino, it wouldn't be albino. What am I thinking? There would be some big dwarfs. My apologies, I was reading a different description for some reason. They're sun-baked dwarfs, so they're just normal like dwarfs, hill dwarfs in particular. In addition to dwarfs, you can see there are a couple. Unfortunately for some of you who might be more disgusted by this, there are also several rock gnomes in this village.
Disgusting.
Maybe a small amount, about 15 to 20. And you can see them, they're currently at work on different roofs, and possibly there's different hammering sounds you can hear throughout the village. So primarily dwarves, hill dwarves, probably about 50 or so. There's a small group of 15 rock dwarves, and the rest are a diverse mix between humans, half-elves, and orc. And the rest remaining, you look at these individuals, they appear human, however, their eyes reptilian, and you can see on their shoulders, if their shoulders are permitting, or some form of their arm, have different, what seems to be reptilian or maybe snake-like serpentine scales along it. For those who would like to, go ahead and give me a nature check to recognize these individuals who are definitely different and that appear to be human, but they aren't human.
Oh boy, nature.
Nature! All right, Chive, you have not seen one of these before.
I got a 0.
In a row.
Canterbury and Ventus, you guys are the only ones that recognize these creatures. You recognize these as Wanti. Wanti are snake-like humanoids that have very similar features to snakes and have a natural affinity to them. Snake-like tongue, snake-like eyes, and also different shades of different scales hidden throughout their bodies. Now, Wanti come in many different forms. These, however, are primarily purebloods. Pureblood Wanti their serpentine blood are so diluted that they barely have any snake-like features and can blend in with normal human settlements. Other Wanti include their afflictions with their serpentine blood feature snake-like heads or other snake-like features of the body, where maybe they don't have legs, they just have a lower serpent tail for their lower half. but these purebloods are these are all purebloods. There is no Malicens or any other Wanti of. As you come into the town, most of them pay you no heed, other than a rock gnome comes up to you, wearing like an orange animal hide vest, preferably not orange, or I guess orange because it's sun-baked long enough and tanned that most of you can recognize it as like monkey pelt. He has a thinning grayish hair, definitely older lifetime, and currently on his back resides what's some form of rifle, black powder, maybe a musket, but it has a chambered cylinder in it. And he comes up to it. Hello! How? Oh, he looks over to all the kobolds in the party. You don't have any issues here? Kind of give like a nervous chuckle.
No need to be so tense. We're only dropping by for some questions, is all. Have you happened to have seen a person of a raptor descent, a feathery guy, traveled through not long ago, I think.
Canterbury says to Pilful the statue. Show it to him. Because she had made the little replica.
And claps her hands and then pulls one hand out. The little illusory copy of the person.
He looked very, still somewhat nervous because, although not necessarily hostility, gnomes are more nervous around said kobolds, only for the fact that, at least, I like keeping the trope here because I don't get to play enough as a player to do the whole kobold versus gnome, so I'm going to do it here. They do recognize that kobolds have some form of natural affinity against them, but they don't know why. So therefore, they're more nervous in return when it comes to kobolds. As he
Case is just locked on his throat, watching the panicked breathing, heart beating in his throat, right?
Oh,
just
is
for
that
a
so?
read of character, just like just to.
It has been a couple of days since you last date.
It has.
I would say your
really
blood point. I would say your blood point has been taken away. You're feeling a little bit hungry, and you feel it deep inside you, like the sense of longing, the sanguine taste of iron. Could you possibly give me a wisdom saving throw?
Of course, those are my specialty.
Oh no.
I could also, since I'm listening on this conversation, could I listen in and see if I spot any lies?
Go for it.
All right.
You have bless?
So, I have a question.
What's up?
Based on your descriptions, we have sun dwarves, rock gnomes, and pureblood Yuan-Tis.
Oh.
Okay, yes.
Is there...
The sun-baked dwarves, meaning they are hill dwarves, but being underneath the sun, even though there's some shade from the canopies, they're more like sunburnt.
Meaning that they're workers, and rock gnomes,
Yes.
of course, are as well. And pureblood Yuan-Ti makes me think that they're the ones in charge, and this is more of a racial caste system, is it? Do I have that read?
You would have to spend more time in the town to decipher that. However,
Okay,
you do notice that at quick glance, you do notice that the Wanti purebloods, some of them seem to be keeping to themselves. However, others are actually working alongside the other villagers.
How's our local empath? Sorry, thought crossed my brain. How's the local empath doing with Ventus? Kind of just vibing, being really just normal.
While you've been traveling, has Chai been drinking at all?
No, not while there's dangers around, right?
All right. Well, then you do notice the sudden sense of bloodlust coming from Ventus.
Mm-hmm.
Increasing by the second, by the way. Also, Blessed was on. Whoops.
Okay. First of all, there's no deception, Rimmel, when it comes to that. However, Ventus, you are closely losing control as you start to hear a voice inside your head.
Wow.
Essentially.
I must excuse myself. It seems something upset my stomach. I start to walk off, you know, away from that person real quick. Just distance myself closer to the edge of town. Yes, yes.
All right, go ahead and you walk away.
Remmel steps in. Sorry for my compatriots, the upset stomach. Yes, but oh crap, where did the conversation leave off before that? Dang it.
I will be following Ventus, by the way.
Okay, you can follow Ventus. But the conversation before was as Piffle brought up the illusion of the description of the raptor.
Right. It was like
he will look at it. Oh, you must be all from Lizard Scale. I assume, I guess, if you're here, then the word was sent. Oh, sorry, I'm not even doing the right voice. I just did for this man. Happy Joker. I don't want to do it. Oh, I don't want to do a fucking no. Excuse my language. I don't want to do a gnome voice.
yeah, sir. You just gotta sound like this.
Yeah, we did see him about 2.5 weeks ago. Maybe. It's been some time. Almost 3 weeks. Almost 3 weeks now. Yeah. Yes, we saw him heading up with about a dozen or so people up to the Fort Wayfall. It was rather weird to see a renowned figure such as Sir Beak himself all the way out here. That we thought we should send word by animal to Port Lizard Scale. We sent our fastest animal that we could have, the fastest snake.
What did the group with him look like?
Hey, Dory, come over here. Come over here for a second, and you will see one of the sunbaked shield dwarves, much more younger than the gnome. Probably in the teens for dwarves. More reddish hair, a freckled face, wearing not really animal hide clothing, but more plant-based clothing. And come over. Yeah. What's up? These people. I can't switch between voices like this. Too much. These people, they're asking about Sadiq. You're the last one who saw them. Do you remember the description of the people? I apologize. I am butchering these voices, but I don't
You're
do
doing
well
great.
when it comes to high pitch voices. Well, I'm gonna roll a d20 here. He's a teenager. He's been working. It's been 3 weeks. Teenagers don't remember a lot. Well, I don't remember most of them, but there was a rather great voided elf, I would say. I think, yeah, it was like devoid of color. With them, he had weird like black clothing, like spiky, almost like as he saw Ventus walking, almost kind of like attire like him, like just spiky, all black and like I don't know what they have a term for that in the cities for people like that. I think Gothic. Anyways, you all, do you folks need anything? I was actually kind of busy working. My pa's gonna kill me if he sees me talking to people.
Do you happen to remember anything as far as equipment they might have on them?
I mean, standard traveling equipment. There was, probably they had weapons, rope. They had cloaks on to avoid the sun. Unlike some people around here, he kind of shouts out in general to the village. Why is it time to wear a cloak? like everyone just kind of gives them wide berths and like roll their eyes at him. Teenage rebellion. They've had enough of it. But yeah, no, just standard travel is going through it. Nothing really out of the ordinary, other than that elf.
Elves. Well, that's not much to go off of. Now, thank you, young man, for your candid opinion on the.
Canterbury's throws him a silver piece. Thank you for your time.
Kind of bites it like, all right, just have fun, travelers, and we'll go back to his work.
Yeah. Remmel turns to the old man. So your town is a bit of a way station. A lot of hunters and other people pass through here.
Oh yeah. We get a lot of strange folk. I mean, but you know, we are the free spirited wayfalls, of course.
Of course, yes. Is there a gathering point, a inn, a tavern, or some sorts where most of these types meet? Heck, even is there a trade station you have in town just for simple barter and trading?
You could trade with almost anyone here. Anyone here is like kind of like their own person. It's more so we're a community, but everyone else does their own business. There's no overall thing. People have different goods what they need to trade for each person. But no, not really an inn. Really, people just camp. If you want to rent a house, one of the shacks, people can have you rent a shack.
All right. Well, thank you, though, old man, for your advice. It's very much appreciated.
Anyway, you guys are new here. We do like to know who's coming in and out. Can we get names for y'all?
So if you must know, I am Remmel Rumblebottom, one of the greatest detectives this side of the entire ocean. And that over there, pointing to Chive, he's one of the greatest.
Oh no,
Kobold.
we're basically out. We're basically out of eyesight at this point.
Yeah, Chive's not there.
We're wandering off at this point.
Sorry. Bunny, jeez, brain.
But Chive and Ventus are out of the scene.
Oh right, dang it.
So it's currently Piffle, Pithro, and Canterbury with you.
Yes. All right. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. The one currently engaging in impromptu gardening is Piff. We aren't quite sure on its name, but don't worry. It's harmless. He's harmless. She's harmless. I'm not quite sure.
She's one of those fake creatures. Oh, she'll get along fine with the children.
I lean back, allowing the others to to introduce themselves if they so desire.
Canterburus.
Wow. Are you all from the Feywild?
Yes.
I see. It's been a while since we've had a Fey visit a village. They mainly are more curious about the open ocean, but they're more than welcome to have you. And all right. So you're Remy, you're Canterbury's Piffle, and you look to the boneless warlock himself, Pithro. And
are we still on our horses?
You can be if you want to.
Nah, I just imagine like Pithro is like after everyone else introduces themselves, like normal sociable ways. Pithro just like slinks over and gets like uncomfortably close, and then just like takes his hat off and hands him a frog from inside the hat and says, "I'm Pithro."
I takes the hawk. Like, hi, Pithro. Thanks.
You're welcome. That
Does he have a
frog
name?
lasts an hour.
Wait, it only lasts an hour?
Yeah.
Oh, I need to go show it the best time in life! And he quickly runs off to the frog. Don't worry, you have a fulfilling life! He's out of there.
I didn't mean to give him a crisis. I was trying to give him lunch.
Oh, he's trying to give the best life to that frog while it has an hour left.
Canterburus just face palms.
Remmel holds back his laughter badly.
Would you like a frog as well? I can make like 3 of them.
No,
Oh,
no, no,
2
no,
of them.
no, thanks, Pithro. I'm plenty frogged out right now.
You don't
I'd
look
like,
fogged up at all.
out of character. I'd like to use my perception and see if I can find any people that don't look like they belong. Like anyone that looks like an obvious hunter or whatnot.
Okay.
We look like
You
we don't belong.
you can
Yeah,
do
that's
that.
fine.
However, we're going to change the scene very quick to Ventus and Chive.
All right.
Well, I stumbled off closer to the edge of the village, trying to get away from most people before I hear somebody behind me.
Mhm. I walk up behind Ventus and offer them a strong cup of coffee from my pack. Ventus.
Thank you, thank you. I try to grab it, but instead grab his wrist real fucking tight before pulling back, almost dropping the cup. I'm fine. I just
No, you're not.
need a
and I can
moment
tell.
alone is all. It's
Let's make this easy.
everything
I can
will be
tell. I
fine.
know. I don't know
My
what
eyes
helps.
are darting around looking for any other people just wandering near the edge of the town, by the way, as this is happening.
I saw a goat around a corner. There must be some sort of livestock. Does that help?
I think it might.
But I will say this, though. You lack subtlety, friend. Everyone in this group lacks subtlety. I will bet you by now they have told every bit about who we are and what we're here for to the first person who asked. There's a time and a place where you need to want to reveal secrets. And I must say, you are the most cliche vampire that I've ever seen. So, maybe you should buy like a Technicolor coat or something. I'm just putting that out there.
For the record, I am not a vampire, just a normal kobold, I assure you. I
Yeah.
stumble around the corner looking for the goat he mentioned earlier.
But see, Ventus, see that's the thing. You could suck the blood of some poor livestock, but there's a nice juicy morsel right in front of you. Very, very.
That is very true. Allow me
Appealing.
to flip a second coin. You make a very
This
valid point there.
Chive standing right there. Though you're not quite sure. You're not quite sure if you put much of a fight.
Tails again. I look for the goat.
Okay.
I was about to say, do you want to roll against my intimidation stat? Let's do this.
Oh, that is also actually fun. I considered it for a second. I actually want to do that. Yes, please.
Okay.
All right.
What do I roll?
You're both pretty intimidating. Let's do just straight up intimidation off.
Perfect. Okay, fine.
Oh. Now, Chive,
Mm-hmm.
you are getting the sudden rising bloodlust, and
Yep.
for a
I
second,
feel it too.
and this is a boiling point between both of you. Chive, you stand your ground, and he's pretty intimidating. Well, I should say, Ventus, you are seeing that Chive is standing your ground, and he seems like he won't be an easy task like the previous time he fed, but you're running out of time. It's
Now,
rising. You're hungry right now.
I have a really fun twist, and I really want Kashak. I want you to play this however you want.
Sure thing.
I passed the intimidation check against them. With menacing as a feat, they're frightened of me.
I need to.
This is
look
it.
at
This is a
very
very rare feeling for Ventus, I'm certain.
That is valid.
Wait, menacing.
Where's the livestock you mentioned? Be fast about it.
Make a. Oh, menacing. Give me an insight check very quick, Ventus. Because you guys did intimidation, but I forgot you had menacing.
Mm-hmm. That's
Okay.
also why I have a what's it called? Advantage on it too.
Advantage. Oh,
Yeah, I have advantage on my intimidation.
Right.
Oh,
Okay.
no. I'm not the
Alright.
most insightful, I'll be honest with you. Oh no.
Ventus, and as you're sizing Chive up, just a little recon. You're just feeling your head. Get him. Just get him. Eat him. Bite him. But as you take a step forward, you find yourself that you can't step forward. There's an unnatural fear. You were afraid. You were the predator, but now you're become the prey. Chive. What do people do?
I just glare at him until he stands down and takes a breath. I can feel what he's feeling, and right, and I am getting some of these I guess emotions. I'm getting some of these urges as well, but because they're not natural to me, I'm not going to go into a bloodlust over it. But I know what he's thinking.
You feel the bloodlust waver for a second, right? As your intimidate starts to work, followed by just a moment of backing down, followed by just a snap into find a new target, as my head basically darts around looking for any new target.
Well, the goat is around the corner. However, you would probably notice that one of the villagers are probably nearby as well. Do you want animal blood or do you? Oh, okay.
That's better than a goat. Yes.
No, it's not.
I will.
I'll distract the villager. You go for the goat.
Ooh, I'm gonna flip a second coin. That's a hard
Well,
choice to make.
so here's the thing, Chives, you put yourself in between them?
I'm calling this an extension of the menace.
Fair bit. I'll be honest with you.
Well, so the thing is, as a frightened creature, you can't move any. A frightened creature cannot move willingly closer to the target of the source.
Then yes, I wasn't thinking mechanics. I was thinking words.
Okay.
Oh, I assumed the other target would be behind me because I'm not moving in his direction, right?
But okay. At this point, though, Chai probably has the advantage over you when it comes to speed, only for the fact that you're not focused.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Also, I'm a bunny.
Okay.
I'm kind of quick.
How fast are you? My speed is 45. I'll have you know.
My speed is actually functionally 45 because of rabbit hop.
I don't need to use any abilities and feats for it, but we'll
Fair.
equal and I'm distracted is what we'll say. I like it.
Fair. Okay.
I'll
That's
just
fine.
fucking grab the goat and drag it off into the jungle as I bite down onto it.
You'll see the teenage dwarf going, "Hey, does anyone see Jeffrey?" And you'll hear goat noise off in the background.
And if anybody
is not living, spoiler alert.
Okay.
I will quite frankly make a distraction by just knocking something over and making a fumbling play of picking it up. Making it something that the people will watch. Right.
All right. I would say that would distract the teenage the dwarf to not hear the sound of a dying goat off in the nearby jungle. All right. Ventus, your hunger is now sated.
I will take a few moments to literally drain the thing and rip it to shreds before calming myself a bit and using prestidigitation to make myself presentable again. Maybe some mending on some parts of my clothing that accidentally ripped in the tassel, and I'll walk back, straighten my suit a little, and I'm good to go again. I appreciate what you did for me back then. I will not forget this, but for the record, not a vampire, normal code.
Whatever you need to tell
I walk
yourself,
back to the
friend.
group.
Whatever you need to tell yourself.
All right. There. So now going back to scene, as this will be happening as you're feeding.
Yo, that was a good scene though, right?
It was pretty good. Not gonna lie.
The fact that we're about as fast.
I thought we were about to have some combat breakout right there.
Oh, it was close. It was close. Oh, that was good.
The real BBG of the one shot each other.
Oh no.
How many bags we got?
The real friends is the food we met along the way. Am I right, guys?
I think you got it backwards.
Close enough. Okay, but what happened while this is happening?
Coming back, Piffle just walks up from the hole in the ground.
Yeah. So Piffle has been off on the side, just making a dugout and whatnot. Now, the rest of you, Canterbury, Peathrow, and Remmel, as Piffle has been doing that, and the gnome hurriedly runs away. What all are you guys doing now? You're rolling a check before, right, Rimmel, about to try to see it out of place? Like anyone out of place for like hunters or whatnot?
Yes, that's what I was doing. Sorry.
Oh, okay. You do notice that primarily, it seems everyone here is more so well equipped. Not necessarily like the teenagers or younger, but more the older are pretty much equipped to be solid hunters themselves. You can see that they have different axes or spears on part of them, or some of them even have bows. And then the gnomes, of course, with their gnomish tinkery, more have firearms to use. Each individual person seemed to be capable enough to be a hunter.
Okay. I suppose I could look deeper with observation to see if there's anyone who looks like they're fresh back for like their clothes are more sullied or like they've recently come back from the jungle itself.
Yes. You would see a pair of 1T kind of walking back there. You see them carrying a boar.
All right. I get off the horse and go over towards the 1T, waving my hand towards them to get their attention.
Okay. So you are approaching them with the horse.
Without the horse, yes.
Oh, without the horse. Okay.
I got off the horse, just because less intimidating if you're on a horse. More affable.
Okay. All right. As you approach and you call up to them, they kind of turn around and almost in unison because they're both carrying the board, helping carry the board like on a stick. It's a female and male. Female has greenish, almost tealish eyes, wearing what seems to be honestly just simple commoner clothes. More like not a tunic, more a peasant shirt, slightly reddish nature, more farmer trousers. The other very similar attire. However, his eyes dark brown. He has blackish hair. The other one you cannot make any form of hair because they do have some form of hat. The hat being what would be like a Wanty hat?
A Wanty hat?
Yeah, I'm having trouble. Not an explorer hat because these guys aren't like 19th century jungle explorers like British colonists would be. That form up like Indiana Jones. They have a hat. We'll just go with that. They have a hat that's covering their hair, so you can't really make out what their hair color are.
A lot of the when you see a lot of the artwork, at least like with the 1T, it seems to have kind of like sort of like a Mesoamerican flair to it. Or kind of like so maybe like a headbands or something like that.
Normally, yes. However, this being more homebrew, I kind of took away the more Mesoamerican, and I made this more. I wanted to make this more Caribbean as possible.
Oh, okay.
But the Wanty are not native to the thing, so they're more wearing imported clothes and whatnot. However, they just find more naturally the jungle. Even though they're not native to the Wayfalls, they find more natural affinity in the jungle than like let's say like the actual seaport itself.
Right.
So we'll say they're wearing a Buccaneers hat. But it's very, very floppy. The feather is not there at all, and it's very at the top of the hat. It's missing big chunks, and it's very like rough patch. It's seen wear and tear.
Okay, so these accomplished hunters then. All right then. Hello, folks. Yeah, sorry to bother you for a moment. I see you're actually fresh back from the jungle itself. I'm wondering if I might acquire some information about the jungle if you have a moment or two.
What language are you speaking in?
Common. That's the only one I know, unfortunately.
They look at each other. They look back at you, blinking. the male will tilt his head and he'll speak in a very raspy tongue. You would swear it would be more snake-like noises, but you feel more of a sense of dread with in different sounds. You swear you hear abhorrent screaming. There's hard consonants to it. I guess you've approached them by yourself. You haven't approached them with like anyone else nearby.
No, I have not.
Okay. Then you would not recognize their tongue if you only speak common.
To which then Rummel nods, stroking his chin. It's like, yes. He bows slightly and just says apologies, and then walks back towards the group, trying to avoid the awkwardness of this situation.
I guess a more representation of what the tongue would be. Think of more like ominous whispers mixed in with snake hisses.
Yes. One time I don't know more languages. He walks back to the group and turns to Canterbury. You wouldn't happen to speak snake, would you?
No.
Right. I was hoping we could ask one of the hunters to see if they know of anything that could be lying, between here and the fort itself, trying to avoid another T-Rex another giant reptile situation.
For the sake of this, for the sake of time, I was wondering, could we just where we kind of like, because I think one of the things we're trying to figure out is seeing if anyone has any, just sort of any general information about Fort Wayfall or Dull as far as things that we don't know already.
Oh, jeez, I should have been just more general with that whole question.
Sorry. No worries. So like, could we just maybe like do a like, I guess maybe Canterbury and maybe Willison and maybe whoever else wants to help as far as just sort of like kind of do here's what you find from interviewing the townspeople.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and give me a. Well, I'm not going to make you make a check because people would talk about Fort Wayfall. You just have to talk to the right people, not necessarily the Wanty, because they don't necessarily understand common tongue.
Right.
If you do want to talk to the Wanty, you could get a translator from one of the other villagers. But that is if you specifically want to talk with the Wanty.
Yeah, let's do that. Would someone could we hire someone for 5 gold pieces?
You wouldn't even have to pay them. You could just simply ask for that. For context, they do recommend. They could reveal what the Wanty tongue is. Does anyone speak Abyssal?
I don't.
Death Row?
No, I don't. I speak deep speech.
Ventus? Nope.
Common and Sylvan.
Alright. So then, no one, you would definitely need a translator. Basically, between the translation with the Wanty and the other local people, you can get a sense that you get the information from before that Fort Wayfall was more of it was an outpost by Orcish raiders, primarily, with some goblinoid troops. But in the last about 5 years ago, was overrun. Not overrun, it was abandoned, sorry. It was abandoned for unknown reasons. During its time, its tenure of about 15 years, the fort was acted as a temple towards the god of bloodlust, bloodshed, or etc. Just the Red Admiral himself, Etion. Generally seen as a more desecrated place, or I guess in the sense if you are a worshipper of Etion, more holy place. It was several different goblinoid or worshippers of Etion made the way to Fort Wayfall to be for a holy pilgrimage, as it would. Dole during that time was under the servitude of Etion itself, as Port Ardentooth had made a pact, or not a pact, but a trade deal with the nearby kingdom that is closest to in Etion, closest to this sea. With the pact and whatnot, trade deal. I keep saying pact, it's not a pact because pact would be like a warlock. Trade deal, agreement, trade agreement, something like that. They would basically allow their ports to be open for a monthly fee or per ship, per quota. So money was exchanged so that they would allow safe travel from Port Ardentooth for the Holy Pilgrim to Fort Wayfall. The fort itself now lies in ruin, and no one has been seen there other than people heading with Thorbeak and his crew to there. No other people have really been seen there. However, people who have traveled nearby can feel a oozing sense of dread. A similar feeling that Feywild creatures that have traveled through Dole get a sense that the plane opposite to them would feel. Shadowy embraces, like shadows following you and whatnot. Ominous cold whispers in. If you were to look in mirrors, think of like the most evilest version you could think of, like the darkest timeline. That is being described as the Shadowfell. Presence of Shadowfell can be felt nearby Fort Wayfall. Now, it's not quite sure when the presence of the Shadowfell was felt around there, but it's believed that there's a portal nearby in Fort Wayfall to the Shadowfell itself.
And so, like Canterbury's and anyone else that would be part Fey, they would feel this strongly, them just by being here.
You would feel, not necessarily here in Dole, because it's far enough away, but as you get closer, you could possibly start feeling the effects of the Shadowfell.
Oh, okay.
Now, the effects on Feyish creatures, depending on how dense of the essence of the Shadowfell is there itself, it could have negative incantations where, you have violent mood swings. Your natural innate magic, if you have innate magic, maybe might come out differently, have different effects, maybe more wildish in nature. Now, however, for people who are probably more in tune with the Shadowfell, undead, people who are resonating like shadow-like, might have their powers increased, or their emotions amplified, if you will.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Luckily, we have nobody like that among us, right, guys?
Totally.
Yeah.
So let me just make sure I understand this.
Red is sus.
I just want to double check, make sure I understand. So, Kashik.
Yep.
Fake creatures are feeling this sort of shadowy, dark, uncomfortable, depressive feeling.
Yes.
And
whereas...
you have the Fey depressed bunny, and this is what you're gonna put him through.
Hey, I made the one shot before I met the characters. This is not my fault. I made all this before. Like I had this all written out before.
And the swole fairy is like that's already kind of like it's like it's circling, might go from to
Look, I'm just saying when you made that short, Jade, a week ago, I was like, oh my god, this is gonna be so fun.
going to full on. Do we smell what Canterbury is cooking?
The Fey empath here is not going to be having a good time.
Yeah, he is. You're an empath, right? I'm gonna be great.
Now, the effects on the individual Fey will have different effects depending on how closely attached they are to their Fey's ancestry. Now, someone like Piffle, who is very, very emotional, joyous, and whatnot, we'll have to see how much effect. I would say Piffle is probably very in tune with her more Feyish nature. Especially,
Piffle is not actually Fey, though.
Oh,
yeah.
Right, Piffle is not Fey, but you do use butterflies.
She's just a kobold.
Would your magic be more... how would you describe your magic being more in tune with then? Because you
Bardic,
use
yeah.
butterflies, and I just got really like fairy kobold. And all right, well, there's part fey.
100%. It's like the phrase that popped into my head when helping to design like the full persona and everything was manic pixie girlfriend.
Okay.
Nice.
So, all right. So you still probably might be somewhat affected by this. Not necessarily in your personality, but maybe your spellcasting might be affected.
I have an idea.
Yep.
Sprig? You're not Fae, but are you butterflies? What if it affects
That
them?
was what I was in the middle of thinking about. Was the butterflies might be influenced by it.
That could be really interesting.
They
Crazy
turn black.
butterflies.
They all become black and like start looking metal,
Eh.
They become like
black
metal
and
marked
steel,
butterflies.
and
I'm just thinking about how Piffle would react to lethargic butterflies that are not like on the same level. I don't know. This is gonna be interesting. I'm really curious to see how you play this.
they start smoking cigarettes. It's
Also,
like,
I
it's
hate
not a
to be the-
phase, Mom.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but
Don't lie, you are.
I don't think I can continue for too crazy long. Oops.
That's
Reasonable.
Fine. It is what 6 a.m. your time right now.
Just a little, yeah, just a little.
Yeah. So here's what we'll do. Let's finish up here in Dole, and we will plan another time. Not necessarily next month, because I have something planned out for next month, but let's find within the next couple days what would be like another day that could work for people. Not next Saturday, because I know next Saturday, Sprig, you'll be having your you'll be doing your Sipco Game Guild charity event.
Yep.
Actually,
I'm free Sunday and Monday night.
Sunday I already have plans.
yeah.
Yeah, we might
Okay.
just have to do that off stream and just grab our schedules and just figure that out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll figure that in the next coming days. But does anyone else have different questions for the people here in Dole? Any additional stuff, maybe creatures around or whatnot, or possibly if you want trade for like animal parts or whatnot? I'm not quite sure. What would people like to finish up in Dole?
Well, we already got information on the fort. My only thing was like, have there been any large creatures or any creatures on the move on the path to the fort itself in that area? Is there anything? Are there any dangerous creatures to be aware of on the way to the fort?
Well, in the nearby jungle, because the Fort Wayfall is still part of the jungle, you've already encountered big dinosaurs and whatnot. However, there is also, for I guess, big creatures, other than the old lizards as they describe them. They go on to describe that in the mountains itself lies a ferocious beast, a scaled one that flies unlike the old lizards. However, someone else can translate that out of the Wanty tongue as there's a dragon in the mountains nearby. However, the dragon has never really been identified because it only comes out really towards at night. It is more of a nocturnal dragon. However, anyone who has come to really seen it up close, those people haven't really been seen for a long time.
Is there any water around here?
There's a river a couple days out.
I
assume there's a well, too.
Is like getting a little uncomfortable because they haven't been in the water in a few days.
There's a river nearby. I would say they probably have like a little. They probably dug out, and a couple of them here are spellcasters, that more of druidic in nature. They've probably made it like more of a man-made, but nature magic, so a druidic pond nearby. If you'd like to take a bath, or soak your boneless body into the waters.
I mean, I have create and destroy water. If we have a container, I can just put it in.
I mean, that's just a barrel. You're not that big.
There could be water nearby, yes. It's not a lake, but it's more so like a meditation pond.
I'm pretty
There's
sure you
some
would.
fish in it, but
Sorry.
not really used fishing.
I'm pretty sure you would fit in a standard sized barrel too.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
It
if
would
Assassin's
definitely fit within a butt.
I
gotcha,
saw
so
that video where y'all talked about that.
That's a callback.
There it is. There's the callback. I love it. That's fantastic.
And now I call back. What a good moment.
Beautiful.
I guess he'll just like find a barrel somewhere and then create water in it and just sit in there until we're ready to leave the town.
all right. Well, if I had a nickel for every time someone was put in a barrel with liquid, I would have 2 nickels. I don't know why, but I've now had
Make
two
that
people
train.
put in barrels in the world of Luminon.
I have. I just want to. Can I do a thing here for a second?
Yep, go for it.
So because I wasn't there for the rest of it, I trust the party. I don't trust their source, right? So what I would like to do, and this will only take a second, is that I want to spend an evening. I assume we're staying here overnight.
Yep.
Drinking and hanging out with the gnomes and the dwarves. The specifically the for lack of a better phrase, the lower class, the workers, right? Just
Well,
hanging
everyone
out
here is-
with them.
So there is no caste system or class system here. If you can pull your weight, you're respected among Dole. If you can't pull your weight, you're given lesser tasks, but you won't be trusted with anything big.
Chive has difficulty believing that, just because by their nature. They've never been in that sort of world, so they are it's running on the assumption that, there's got to be something going on here. So, what you're saying is that he's wrong about it, and fair. But I'm just explaining his mindset. So what I wanted to do is talk to some of the workers and the people who are not the pureblood, not the Wanti, who seem a bit more.
Okay, so not the Wanti, but the dwarves and what would you like to discuss with drink with them? First of all, give me a context, see how many drinks you can get in before you do pass out or something like that.
I mean, okay. This is proficient.
Yep.
And the basically it's not, like I said, it's going to take a second because I'm just going to basically verify everything that they said and then just move on from there.
And you're not drunk right away. I was seeing more so how many drinks you can have before you start getting incoherent, which will be 8 drinks.
May I join in with Chive's celebration as a fellow detective?
Sure, go ahead and roll a con check, see how many drinks you have. You can have 14 drinks before you pass out. But
knows how to hold his liquor.
This is a dwarven jungle juice, which is very, very, very potent. For those who've had who here knows what a dark and stormy is?
Mm-hmm.
A darkest what?
A dark and stormy.
The name sounds familiar.
It's lime juice, vodka, and I believe a couple other ingredients. If you can help me out here, Jade.
I just looked it up. It's ginger. It's ginger beer.
Ginger beer. Okay. Oh, then I guess the dark and stormy. My local dark and stormy is different because we use vodka for some reason. Okay.
Yep.
Anyways.
Use gingers to make this beer?
What else are they going to introduce? Steal more souls?
A vodka dark and stormy is a Moscow Mule, basically.
Gotcha. Thank you. But it's very potent. But as you're talking with the gnomes and dwarves, what information are you trying to get again?
Basically finding out what the deal is with the surrounding area, what is in for Wayfall, if they've seen the avian lad, and if anybody has, what's his demeanor, was he under duress, and stuff like that. Just pretty much general stuff that I feel like the party mostly covered, but yeah, that kind of stuff.
The only person that saw Sir Beak was the teenager earlier. However, the teenager is not old enough to drink, and he's already told the elders more so, and he's probably in bed by this time. So Sir Beak was around 12 people. One voidless of color, very gothic, pointy attire. Of note, they had a spiked chain around their waist, in form of like a belt.
Oh, that's pretty dope.
Now, for the sake of it, they have seen Drow before. This was not this was not a dark elf. It was void of color, more so like more gray, just pure. If you've seen Fairy Odd Parents, like the gray episode, just that gray, just no color whatsoever. That was their skin, like ashy gray. And you said about the surrounding. I'm just going to turn off the bot very quick because we're no longer really need it. What were the other parts? Other parts of your question?
What was his state? Like, was he under duress?
State.
Was he captive, or was he, running away?
He seemed to be fine. He wasn't. They weren't forcing him against his will, if that makes sense.
Yeah, fair.
Of note, Piffle, you made a house for everyone for the night, correct? Very large, 10-room complex. Now, have you made this like in the middle of town or outside of town?
She went off to the edge of town and then just hollowed the space out in just an abandoned dirt patch.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so it won't interrupt the daily life of the villagers if this is going to say something. But that is very. You guys will have a appropriate shelter to sleep the night under. There won't be negative effects.
Probably send out some unseen servants to go and gather like flat rocks and stuff.
Okay, you can easily do that.
Basically tiles off space around the fireplaces and makes like a flat surface table and stuff like that.
Okay.
Fixes up a house for orphans. Builds a house out of nothing for us. Wait a minute, this is no mage. This is a real estate agent.
I'm just thinking
They're
like
from HGTV. What is going on?
I'm just thinking like the old school like stream house makeover. They could use someone like Piffle.
I'm thinking of that meme about like how people on the HGTV shows are like, yes, I'm a professional butterfly herder, and my husband sharpens pencils for a living. Our budget is $4 million.
Yeah. How do they do it
I
every
don't.
time?
All right, but with that, does anyone else have anything they would like to do in Dole?
I just imagine like Pithro continuing to like just sleep in the barrel.
Okay.
Refilling
I
flasks.
would say probably someone brought the barrel down in the underground thing. That way, the local villagers didn't mistake your barrel for something else.
Canterbury seals the barrel.
Okay.
I'm kidding.
Can I just
I
fill a
mean,
wine?
my way to the barrel. I don't know what you're on about.
Can I just fill a wineskin with whiskey?
Yeah.
All right.
Ventus, with your hunger sated? Do you think you'd be able to?
Believe so. I drained that fucking thing for everything it had.
All right, I would say you're set for the next couple days.
They'll find a dead goat in the forest and be like, I could have sworn I saw it this morning, but looking at the body, I swear it's been drying out for a while. I don't know.
Probably with the predator.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, must have been the wind.
Like Chupa Kobold.
But with that, we will close curtain on tonight's story, and the story will continue another time. I appreciate everyone who was here to make this happen, and it was a fun meeting and playing with you all for the first time.
It was such a blast. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Wait.
I made some art in the one shot as well. If you want to look at it, I thought it was funny. Perfect.
Now,
And the VOD of this is available on YouTube if anybody wants the recordings. And be sure to like and subscribe to everyone here on the Twitch. It's follow on Twitch, right? Follow. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, but subs help us all out too. You know.
Oh yeah, true.
As well, I'll be honest.
Subscriptions would be nice on the Twitch. Much appreciated for sure.
On the Twitch.tv.
Very quick.
Follow and subscribe, pretty please.
Well, I guess very quickly, can everyone just going down the list, starting with Diablo, that way you can get out here first. Can you please give off all your socials for folks? That way they can go ahead and make sure to check you out.
Sure thing, sure thing. So I think on Twitch it's just Mini Diablo. But on the Twitter I have underscore Mini Diablo underscore because it was stolen. Minor details, but that's where you can find me.
You know, Mini Diablo was taken.
Yeah,
I feel like you could have had a reference right there.
I could have. I didn't.
All right. And for people who are not from Jade's stream, Jay, could you please give your socials for folks in the other streams?
Hello, friends. I am a YouTuber Vtuber. I am on YouTube. I am Jade the Kobold, and yeah, youtube.com/Jade the Kobold. Also, the same on, on the Twitter. Though honestly, but it's mostly the YouTube for me.
Miss Break.
I am Kobold Sprig. You can find me on Twitch. I also have a YouTube channel, though it's just kind of like I archive VODs there. I'm also on Twitter. And I think that's it, really.
Alright.
No space. Proper capitals, all one word. Kobold Sprig.
Alright. Rook.
I am Rook the Bardling. I am a Twitch streamer. You can find me on Twitch with the name Rook the Bardling, but on other places, I am on Twitter. I am Pegasus Rook. Wait, no, I do have a YouTube channel. I just don't upload anything on it. My YouTube channel is also called Rook the Bardling, but there's spaces in it this time.
Spaces.
Yeah.
Willie.
Yeah, if you guys want to follow me, I'm also on Twitch, and it's just simply WILIZIN. WILIZIN, Willie Zin. Yes, and from there you can also find links to my Twitter, which is mostly just a game. It's just a gaming to let you know when I go live and whatnot when I talk about gaming. And yeah, follow me if you really like someone who is a tryhard and loves. It's like, ooh, new game, difficulty, hardest, just a masochist. So yeah.
And last but not least, the one and only Kobold who did Macbeth, a wonderful rendition last night. Virgil, can you please give us your socials?
Okay, my social security number is.
Oh,
Wait, sorry.
Oh God, no! Hold on, let me get my notepad.
Two types of people.
555-555-555. Anyway, yes, I am Virgil B. Kobold. I'm a variety streamer on Twitch. Brain fart.
Are you the storm that is approaching?
Provoking?
Sometimes. Anyway, I just do a variety of things. I have a Wednesday night. I do a karaoke stream every Wednesday night at 9 p.m. Central. I play games. I've been trying to do more community stuff lately. As far as where to find me, you can look me up as far as Virgil_B_Kobold. That would be on my Twitch, and then I'm also on the Twitter, which you could find me at Kobold_B. So if you put in that Virgil B. Kobold with that same underscore thing, you would find me as well. And then I do have a Discord thing in my About Me section on the Twitter. So yes, that is me.
And all right. And without further ado, folks, I hope you all have a good night. And I will talk to you all soon in the Discord and try to figure out when we can meet next.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Cheers, friends.
There never came another opportunity for me to share the pun, but I had a jungle-related pun that popped into my head a while ago.
Oh no.
Oh.
Why did they call the lion the king of the jungle when the name Emperor was right there?
Oh.
Okay, I'm ending my stream on that. It's too
It's
perfect.
the good stuff.
It's too.